Commissioner Hanson outside the door? Where is she? If you grab her, Sarah. Hmm? Oh, Amber.
Oh, give it to me. I'll send it to her.
Okay, 2 minutes. All right, back to general conversation, I guess, while we wait. All right, we'll call to order the Tuesday, June 25th regular BCC meeting. Can we have a roll call?
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen, Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Present.
and Chair Hank Hughes.
Here.
Thank you.
And now let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And the land recognition. I acknowledge that the county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people, who know it as Oga Poge Owinge, White Shell Watering Place. And moment of reflection, Clerk's Office, Rob Hedgepath.
All right. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Okay, all be seated. Approval of agenda. Are there any changes? Manager Schaefer?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there are no recommended changes to the agenda as presented. I would just note for the record that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted last Tuesday, June 18th, and the amended agenda was posted on Friday, June 21st at 5:10 p.m., which is more than 72 hours before the start of today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. In terms of substantive changes as between the two agendas, the following items were added to the final amended agenda that's before you today. Commissioner items 3B and 3C, miscellaneous action items 6F, 6G, and 6H. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No opposed. We will continue to years of service, retirements, and new recognitions. Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to start by recognizing new hires during the month of May so that we can end by recognizing some team members who are recognizing significant anniversaries and years of service with the county. During the month of May, we had several new employees in a variety of different departments. They include Adriana Baca in the County Assessor's Department, Brianna Ortega in our Land Use Department, Idalia Para Cruz in Project and Facilities Management, Carla Valencia also in Project and Facilities Management at our Public Works Department, two new equipment operators, Josue Garcia Telemonte and Lucas Narvaez. We had several new employees at our Corrections Division, two detention officers, Madison Jones and Charles Lucero, as well as a maintenance technician, Mario Veapondo. Luke Andrews also joined our County Assessor Department. In the Community Services Department, Patricia Kata joined our team as a driver and cook's assistant. And finally, in our Utilities Department, Travis Soderquist joined the team as a Water Resources Manager. So welcome to all the new county employees from May. We have several county employees who are recognizing significant milestones with us, including 7 who have been with the county for 20 and 25 years, respectively, who will all receive a special award to honor those achievements. And I would respectfully ask that we take a picture with those individuals. Recognizing 5-year anniversaries, Vanessa Rios with the Adult Detention Facility, Angela Coughlin with the Housing Authority. In the Sheriff's Office, we have 2 employees who are recognizing their 10-year anniversary, Marcela Archuleta Bernal and Jonathan Jaramillo. At the 15-year mark, we have Michael Gaskow with the Adult Detention Facility. And as I indicated, we have multiple individuals who are recognizing 20 years with the county. They are Aaron Garcia at the Adult Detention Facility, David Ita at the Adult Detention Facility, Daisy Quintana also at the Adult Detention Facility, Shannon Coles with the Sheriff's Department, Hutchie Miller in the County Manager's Office, and then we have 2 individuals who are recognizing 25 years with the county, Lorena Acosta Sanchez in the Public Works Department, and Daniel King in the County Assessor's Department or Office, excuse me. So, Sarah, I think we have plaques for 20 and 25 years. And so if all of the individuals who are recognizing their 20 and 25th year anniversary could please come forward to receive your plaque and to take a picture with the board. I'd greatly appreciate you allowing us to honor your service to the county.
But I wasn't, nobody told us to come. Yeah. I'm here for some other business. I invited him for something else. But I'll take one and I'll make for everybody. 5 years ago.
And recognition of employees for awards, or did you have additional awards?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to acknowledge just a few employees and achievements. First, our communications team, specifically Daniel Fresquez and Olivia Romo, were recognized for their recently launched Beyond County Lines podcast. Specifically, last week, FeedSpot, a podcasting database, named Beyond County Lines one of the top 10 podcasts in Santa Fe. One of the most exciting things about the podcast is that it is effectively connecting with the 20 to 30-year-old constituents, which some of our other social media and outreach does not reach. And so this was the brainchild of Daniel, and I believe in a very short time, we have drawn well over 1,000 followers of the podcast. So wanted to recognize their work in that space and their recognition as one of the top 10 podcasts in Santa Fe. In addition, I wanted to recognize significant efforts from our Public Works Department in cleaning up property that the county acquired for the next segment that we hope to get under construction soon of the Santa Fe River Greenway project. The county team of Les Francisco, Dominic Martinez, Jeff Spillers, Luis Garcia, Juan Carlos Valdez, Justin Martinez, and Urbano Jimenez removed almost 44 tons of solid waste from that property. It was a significant effort on their part, and as we ultimately talk about budgets and the like, it kind of underscores some of the cost associated with the Santa Fe River Greenway project because of historic dumping along the river. It's a significant cleanup effort as well as rebuilding of the river channel and the trail as well as revegetation. But I wanted to acknowledge their efforts to jumpstart that process by cleaning up property that the county acquired for the next segment of the River Greenway project. And then finally, one of the many nice aspects of the New Mexico County's annual conference is that it provides an opportunity for heavy equipment operators from around the state to showcase their very real skills on heavy equipment through fun games. And Gene Romero, a heavy equipment operator with the Public Works Department road section, won first place at the New Mexico County's equipment rodeo skills competition. The piece of equipment he won on was the excavator, and he used the bucket to play golf by hitting 3 balls into buckets as if he was putting on a putting on a golf course. And so, while it's all fun and games, quite literally, it does really showcase the skills of our operators relative to the heavy equipment. So I don't know if Gene is here, but wanted to congratulate him on his achievement. And if he's not here, Brian, you can let him know that I also witnessed Gene in the backhoe competition. And while he didn't win, you can let him know that I acknowledge that he was really crushing it in his efforts. So thank you and congratulations, Gene.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
So I just want to recognize Rachel O'Connor. I've had the honor of working with her for the last 7.5 years, and we are all going to miss you tremendously. And since you're sitting in the audience, I had to say thank you for all the great work you have done for Santa Fe County. There's not words that can even describe how valuable you've been, how much work you've given to the county. And I just want to recognize you and thank you so much for everything.
And Commissioner Hanson said it better than I could, so thank you. Any other recognitions on?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so next is approval of the minutes of the meeting of May 28th. Any changes or motion to approve?
Move to approve the minutes?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next is 3, consideration of proclamations. Number A, request approval of proclamation proclaiming the month of June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And is that going to be you, Commissioner Bustamante?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Valerie to please read the proclamation. She drafted and wrote the proclamation. It was reviewed, and we're grateful for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and commissioners and attendees. I would like to read the Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming the month of June 2024 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. This was introduced by Commissioner Bustamante. Whereas the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual, or LGBTQ plus communities of Santa Fe are an integral part of our vibrant culture and climate, and whereas the diverse LGBTQ plus community continues to make valuable contributions in academic, economic, artistic, and social spheres within and around our community, and whereas it is important to recognize and address the systemic discrimination faced by the LGBTQ plus community, including limited rights, social stigma, barriers to health care and essential services, and alarmingly high rates of violence. And whereas the month of June has been designated as Pride Month to commemorate the Stonewall riots, which occurred in June of 1969 and are widely acknowledged as a pivotal moment in LGBTQ plus rights movement. And whereas the LGBTQ plus communities of Santa Fe have thoughtfully organized a variety of receptions, festivals, concerts, walking tours, and other inspiring activities to engage in during Pride Month. And whereas we eagerly anticipate the historic and significant 2024 Pride on the Plaza event, which will be held on Saturday, June the 29th, 2024, marking the 31st anniversary of the Human Rights Alliance and the 31st Pride celebration of Santa Fe. And whereas the Santa Fe County remains committed to safeguarding the civil rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual communities, recognizing the critical role of this iconic event in our collective pursuit of a more inclusive and just society, and whereas the active and engaged LGBTQ plus communities in Santa Fe have an enduring impact on the quality of our life in the city and county, and Pride Month serves as a reminder to us all to persist in fighting ongoing fight against prejudice and discrimination wherever it may exist. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. And I hope you will adopt, approve, and pass this measure today on the 25th of June.
Thank you very much for reading that. Any comments from the board?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, or Hanson Bustamante, whichever way we want it. But Commissioner Bustamante, this is a great hallmark of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County is our level of acceptance and tolerance of all communities, including the LGBTQ plus community. Richard Florida, who scores communities on their economic development aspects, has always, not always, but has recently in the last decade or so cited tolerance of these disparate, diverse communities, including the LGBTQ plus communities, as one of the most important metrics of tolerance of economic development and vibrancy of a community is how we include everybody. And so this is a very inclusive community, and this is a very inclusive proclamation, and I thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Hamilton.
And yeah, I agree completely, and I just wanted to add to that, that is, when I get, depressed is the wrong word, but concerned about what you see all over the world in decrease in tolerance and whatnot, I take great comfort in knowing that I live and contribute to a community that is a standout in that regard. And it's for that reason I think this kind of thing is just so valuable. I'm very proud that we do this.
Commissioner Hanson.
So thank you, Valerie and Commissioner Bustamante, for bringing this forward. It makes me think of my friend Rick Dillingham, who has a great show at the museum, but also one of my friends who died from AIDS, and this was early on in the 80s, and I think it's important to remember our community members who have also suffered from discrimination in the healthcare realm. And so I just wanted to acknowledge him as a leader in our community many years ago. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I think this is very important for us to recognize the month because, well, Santa Fe is indeed very tolerant and inclusive, and we're all proud of that. We know that the rest of the country and the rest of the world is not, and so this needs to lead the way for the rest of the country.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chair and fellow commissioners. I want to express the gratitude from our Human Resource Manager in bringing forth this interest. This is about being accepting and honoring people in the workplace and recognizing the contribution that everyone makes. As well, it's important for us to note that it was only 26 years ago that Santa Fe had a little bit of a rash of violence against LGBTQ plus people, and the defense in court was, they came on to me. So there were several murders, there were 4, and the defense was, he came on to me. One of them was a commissioner in this room, sat at this dais. The Rodriguez brothers and his brother died of the same fate. He met someone at a hotel, and the guy, with his own self-shame, decided to kill the other Rodriguez brother. As well, there was a young woman who was a teenager, and the girlfriend and her mother stabbed the young woman 19 times because she, quote unquote, came onto her. I lived behind a frat house, and I never thought of killing anybody who came onto me. And it should never be an acceptable reason. But in this case, because of the stigma on LGBTQ plus issues, minimal jail terms, right? It's, wow, can you imagine? Of course, you would kill someone who did that to you. A couple of years, several years, max. So it's very important. I'm grateful that this was brought forth by Human Resources because last year we did have very few, the good news, people in our employ who rejected the fact that we acknowledged Pride Month, and we were asked to put on a training for everyone, but as recognized here today, we are an accepting community. I also want to point notice to the Project 2025, and it assures us that if we go to a different political, we have every chance in November of seeing a very different political way of doing things, that all protections, including women's rights, procreation will be, the reason we do everything. In other words, we will also see protections for LGBTQ plus people removed, which is why we have laws that say this is a hate crime, so you can't just put 2 years on it. It vows to eliminate rights that right now people have. So I'm grateful, thank you sincerely, and happy Pride Month. Thank you.
A motion?
And would someone, you care to make a motion to proclaim it?
I would like to move that we proclaim June 2024 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passed unanimously. Thank you. And next is a request of approval of proclamation proclaiming June 28th to July 6th, Town of Edgewood 25-year celebration week. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have anyone from Edgewood here in the audience today? No one in the chambers from Edgewood. This is fun. All right, so they will get this, and I will be reading this in Edgewood, so thank you for the opportunity to do so. Whereas the town of Edgewood, located in the southwest portion of Santa Fe County, New Mexico, was incorporated on July 1st, 1999, with a population of roughly 600 people. And whereas the town of Edgewood's boundaries are spanned across Santa Fe, Bernalillo, and Sandoval counties. And whereas in the ensuing 25 years, the community expanded through a series of annexations and slow growth to a current population of approximately 6,000 residents with its own town limits. And whereas homesteaders moving into the American West created the initial settlements that grew into what is now known as the town of Edgewood. And whereas pioneer families obtained land claims and began farming and ranching in the Edgewood area during the early 20th century. And whereas the pioneer spirit of neighborhood friendship and cohesion that strengthened the residents of the past and continues to this day in Edgewood will continue into the future. Whereas the community now known as Edgewood was originally called Venus, until residents were asked to come up with a new name, leading the community to choose Edgewood for its description of the town's location at the edge of the woods. And whereas, to commemorate its 25th year of independence, the town of Edgewood will be celebrating for 7 days. And whereas this celebration will include stargazing, rodeo, parade, fireworks, vendors, crafts, car show, historical reenactments, oral histories, art exhibits, live food, live music, live food, oh boy. well, that will have entertainment value. Live music, food, town contests, and more. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim June 28th through July 6th, 2024 as the Town of Edgewood 25-year celebration week.
All right. Anybody comment? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I find it either ironic or an encouragement that we have both an LGBTQ plus proclamation right before we celebrate Edgewood, which seems to be a little less tolerant than we are, but they are part of Santa Fe County nonetheless, and I wish they would also have a proclamation to support the LGBTQ plus community, and I like the name of Venus as much or maybe more than that, so thank you for that history lesson there. I'm supportive of this because I think that these towns that choose to have some self-determination should be given the right, and so let's celebrate this alongside of them. And I do want to make a note that they're celebrating it with an 8-day week instead of a 7-day week. So good for them. They get an extra day because they're Edgewood. I'm done.
Make a motion?
No, it's your if you want to put it forward.
Oh, I'd love to move to approve this, yeah.
Great, I'll second. Thank you.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. No, any opposed? So, we have proclaimed a week for Edgewood. C, draft letter to the EPA reading NPD's permit for Bishop's Lodge Resort wastewater treatment facility. And Commissioner Green, and I do understand we have some people who want to comment, so we'll make time for that in a minute. But Commissioner Green, do you want to tell us about it?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, a big thanks to the community and to the Bishop's Lodge that came out yesterday to the Tasuki Fire Station number 1 to discuss this permit that we are going to discuss in a second. There was we lost count at a certain point, probably because we shouldn't count that many people in a building with a occupancy limit. So it was very crowded, and it was a excessive, reportedly over 200 people. So it was pretty amazing, and it was great to see the community gathering out there. So in summary, the Environmental Protection Agency published a public notice of draft NPDES permit number NM0031233 for the Bishop's Lodge Resort, otherwise known as the Resort Wastewater Treatment Facility's application to discharge into the Little Tasuki Creek, Rio and Medio, and Santa Fe River, which, by the way, this does not enter the Rio and Medio or Santa Fe River, so there was an error in their discharge permit application, but that is something else. Public notice was published on June 1st, 2024, and comments are due by July 1st, 2024. Currently, the resort transports wastewater into the City of Santa Fe's Paseo Real Water Reclamation Facility, which also is a non-compliant facility, so we should discourage that. While some outreach and notification were made by the resort, the community feels that there has been too little outreach and too little time to evaluate the application and draft permit. The draft letter, introduced for discussion purposes only, identifies potential issues that might warrant investigation and discussion, and requests that both the comment period be extended and that a formal public hearing be held on the proposed permit. The county has facilitated, last night, a public meeting between the resort and the community that was held last night, Monday, June 24th at 5:30 p.m. in Tasuke. Representatives from the New Mexico Environment Department were there, from representatives from our delegation, federal delegation. It was a great turnout. It was pretty impressive. The letter will also appear as an action item on the agenda in the upcoming Board of County Commissioners special meeting on June 28th, 2024. Again, this is only for discussion purposes right now, so we'll discuss it up here, hear from the community, and no action is recommended at this time, but we will have it on the agenda on Friday to formally adopt this letter. I don't know if you want me to read the whole letter, but it was published in our packet, and if that is what I should do, I would be happy to read it, but if not, we can forego that. What is the pleasure?
I don't feel like you have to read it, but if anybody else feels.
Right, I agree. I mean, and when you mentioned some of the key things, which was also
Yeah.
asking for the additional time.
There are specifically within the letter different aspects that need more study. First of all, understanding the ecological balance of the discharge permit, other discharge issues of the discharge quality, other issues of increase in river volume, and really having a viable discussion of alternatives to discharge, such as on-site retention or complete reuse of a blackwater type system for use on the property. All of these things could be studied if we asked for an extension of time, whether it's 30, 60, or 90 days. And I know that the community who is here to speak about this feels very strongly about the need for more time to study this.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner
I have a
Hamilton.
question. Can you clarify the Blackwater system comment? Because what's being discharged, this is like 1A treatment, so it's not Blackwater that's coming.
It
it's
is
being
not, but
discharged
it-
any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, absolutely. It is not reusable water in the drinkable form. It is
No.
the highest classification of non-potable water, is my understanding.
Yes.
Yes.
It is
So
the highest
it's
class-
just the idea of whatever reuse possibilities that they could put forth that do not discharge in the river seem to be the desires of the community. And so bringing forth the different opportunities for them and having them assess these, given the pushback from the community, should be discussed in an open forum over the next few weeks or months.
Should definitely be discussed. It also mentions the ecology and the flow capacity of the Tasuki Creek, and both of those should also be considered
Both of
in
those
this
should also be
timeframe.
considered. And so, to be clear, Santa Fe County does not have a role to play in the approval or denial of this. We did, in an effort to bring the public's awareness to this and to give the Bishop's Lodge Resort an opportunity to present this to the community, we convened the meeting last night. And the turnout was pretty unprecedented considering it was beautiful. And I think the concern about this is pretty heartfelt across the community. You know, even though we don't have a role to play in this specific permit, there are 3 pueblos which the river runs through, that this discharge could run through. And my understanding is only one of them has been formally approached, and the permit application speaks to none of them in terms of when there's a checkbox in the application, it says, is this water going to run through any tribal lands? And they did not check that box, so there's a concern about the application there and making sure that all of the pueblos that are on that. Also, as I mentioned earlier, it mentions 3 rivers, 2 of which this flow would not get to. So in error, it lists rivers, so somehow the geography of this flow was not accurately documented. Additionally, in Santa Fe County and for the residents of the downstream residents, this flow may not be huge, but it might actually be significant enough to cause erosion problems. It might cause issues with Santa Fe County's culverts and bridges and low water crossings. And we need time to assess these things, as well as some of the residents who have bridges to access their property or culverts to access their property. And so there's a number of issues still inherent in this issue, in this permit request. And I think we need more time to discuss it. And ultimately, it would be great if the EPA would have a formal hearing here in Santa Fe. And we would also hope that we would stand to assist in coordinating that in any way we could.
Any other comments from the board? It seems to me a reasonable request for us to request.
Can we hear from some people?
We will.
Okay,
I'm-
thank you. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
giving
yeah.
my opinion first.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's wonderful.
Don't worry too much that we're going to vote this down. I think this is reasonable, but a reasonable letter for us to extend. How many people want to comment on this? Why don't you come forward? We don't need to swear them in for this, do we? No. So come forward. You'll have 3 minutes each. If you can stand in line. And
Is this part of matters of public concern moved off, or?
yeah, this is matters of public concern, particularly on
Yes.
item 3C.
Aye.
And can we put up a timer, Dan?
Okay, is the timer up?
No.
Okay. My name is Joanna Angie. I moved to Susuke last year. I'm here to tell you from a heart space of what I've been through and what I'm currently going through. I lived in Ontario, Canada. Developers decided to purchase all of the land surrounding my family homestead. 200 acres was deforested. All of the animals left, and the water was eventually polluted. As you know, Lake Erie was polluted as well. Then the Buffalo developers, I also had a home in Buffalo. The Buffalo developers decided that they were going to build to the property line. I lived in a 100-year-old barn that was built right at the edge of the property. They put 24 units on top of my house practically. I sold that property and I sold the Ontario property. I made money on the Ontario property though, so I'm not going to complain about that, but I really hate that I lost my family homestead. So I chose Susuke to move to because I was surely away from all that kind of stuff. I wasn't going to get developed on here. I bought 5 acres. I didn't think about my well. So the risk of Bishop's Lodge getting their way and potentially polluting the creek, which could affect our aquifers and our individual wells. The overflow from holding tanks, which we had in Buffalo, which took 3 days of manure, human waste, over Niagara Falls, because their holding tanks couldn't contain what happened. 1 second, I'm going to make my time. So, polluted bodies of water in my lifetime include the Hudson River, Lake Erie. I really don't want you to make it the Susuke Creek. I sat back there and I was looking at this, and I'm looking at a water line with a New Mexico flag coming out of it, and a woman sitting in front of this, an indigenous woman sitting in front of this with no water. And then I look at the top of the thing and I see equal justice under law. I would like equal justice for the people of Susuke. I would like you not to allow any water, any wastewater to go into the Susuke Creek. I would like one time to win. I want to stay here. I want this to be my home, and I want you to help us all because we do not want to drink polluted water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, my name is Eric Sirotkin. I'm a civil rights attorney, and I live 3 houses into the proposed leach field of Bishop's Lodge. And I think the county has a particular role to play here. The county has a role that they should call on Juniper Investments, Capital Investments, to withdraw their application at this point. For example, why? One reason is, as Commissioner Green alluded to, they misrepresented in their application something that should be offensive to all of you and to all citizens of the county. It said, does the liability discharge to a receiving water that flows through Indian country? No. That is a major issue because the EPA, the federal government, would require them to dialogue, to go into issues. There's issues that the governor spoke about yesterday about sacred issues, things that are important to the tribes in this area. And that in itself should slow the process, and I think it should get alluded to in your letter. Another reason is that the discharge notices that went in the paper didn't say it was being discharged into Tesuque Creek. It's just a permit to discharge some waste. So we want time so that they can engage in dialogue with the Pueblos and with the community and resubmit their application with an open hearing. And they should meet with community experts to consider ways in which Bishop's Lodge can keep water on their site. They can sell it. They can do their own leach field from the filtered water. For its PFACs and pharmaceutical chemicals and other chemicals are not, they're called emerging toxins. They're not considered here. They will poison our wells if they get into the aquifer near our wells. And so this is heading to litigation, into boycotts and protests. And unlike so many communities get dumped on, we are blessed to have the resources to address this locally, nationally, and internationally. But it doesn't have to end this way. The county should lead the way to help broker an environmental solution that exceeds current EPA standards to include emerging toxic issues, and demonstrate for the county it's not just about occupancy taxes or sales tax revenue, but a healthy future for our residents, the wildlife, and for all of our children.
Thank you. Next. And please don't clap.
Sorry. Is it okay if I move this a little bit? Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm really, it's a wonderful process we have here. And I apologize for wearing shorts. I wasn't planning on speaking. I moved to Santa Fe in 2016. One of the reasons was the proclamation that you just approved. My partner and I, Paul, bought a house, and it's literally right next door to Bishop's Lodge. I have taken guests there and proudly talked about the history of the lodge. I've talked about the history of Bishop's Lame, and I think that Bishop's Lodge is a very good addition to the community. It brings in people from around the world. However, I also believe that this situation requires a dialogue with the lodge. As happens in a lot of America, something that is precious ultimately belongs or is bought by a corporation. Those corporations work on the bottom line. They look at economic capital, but they don't necessarily look at social capital. And I believe that by Commissioner Green's, I'm not going to restate a lot of the reasons why this is wrong, but I believe that we should be able to work with them. I mean, you publicly listen to us. We are members of the community. I am a filmmaker. I started a nonprofit company, organization, 501c3, to help give back to the community. We make films for charities and nonprofits that would never be able to afford something to be able to tell their stories. And storytelling is, and the communication of ideas and opinions is so critical. And that's why, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your signaling that you believe that this is a good idea as well. And, Commissioner, I'm going to Bustamante, I appreciate the passion that you have for the people. That proclamation is about listening to ideas, trying to create dialogue, and I believe this 90-day extension is a really fair, ask for the lodge, for Juniper, to engage with us, not just by repeating over and over again what they did last night, which is, their system is based on the latest EPA standards. Those standards change. As the commissioner noted, 2025, the project that they want to basically throw away all kinds of regulations that the federal government is now, we ask them to do the right thing. thing. The EPA in the future may be just gutted and disseminated, and those regulations may be just a free-for-all. So thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider this letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Gaffney, and I live at 813 Columbia Street here in Santa Fe. The community is clearly asking the EPA to grant an extension well past the July 1st deadline. Santa Fe County Commissioners, please do the will of the people who gathered in great numbers with Commissioner Green at the Tesuque community meeting last night and ensure that a 90-day extension be granted. First, the application, which contains significant errors, should be rewritten and refiled. Subsequently, certainly a formal public hearing or a series of them are necessary. We understand that Tesuque Pueblo is permitted to discharge a small amount of effluents into an unnamed arroyo. Since the land that we now call New Mexico belonged to the native peoples, since there were human feet upon it, surely no one here takes issue with this. We trust the Pueblo people as stewards of the land that has always been theirs. But the entire Santa Fe County community, not just Tesuque residents, because I do not live in Tesuque, is reacting strongly against what we perceive as a terrible unfairness. Since not one single household, not one single business in Tesuque or all of Santa Fe County for that matter, is currently permitted to discharge effluents into the Tesuque Creek, why should the single exception go not to a local individual, a local household or village entity, but to a resort, owned and operated by an out-of-state entity, managed by an out-of-state entity, profiting largely out-of-state investors, catering to an out-of-state clientele, and which is so exorbitant in its rates that only a tiny fraction of New Mexicans could ever dream of being able to afford to spend a single night there. Why should only Bishop's Lodge receive this exception? Real life, I used to rent a very modest house in Tesuque Village. I chose to live there, as do most residents, because Tesuque is a beautiful village surrounded by the wonders of nature. I teach in the Santa Fe Public Schools, and I live in Santa Fe. That home in Tesuque was the most expensive rent I have ever paid in all my life, and after a year, I had to move elsewhere. The monthly rent I found excessively expensive would not have afforded me 2 overnights at Bishop's Lodge. Bishop's Lodge does not need to increase their discharge from their current 14,000 gallons to the initial 30,000 gallons or to the overall 60,000 gallons proposed in this permit application. As Chris Kaplan of Juniper shared last evening, they want to do so because they want to add a second pool, a spa, and a fitness facility, and there's motivation to build homes and develop undeveloped lots in the villas in the hills. 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom homes, which we know are not the norm in this county. Bishop's Lodge already has a pool. They already have a man-made trout stream. They already have private ownership of more than most residents of New Mexico would ever dream of having shared access to, and yet they want more. More profits, more water consumption, more discharge, more risk for everyone downstream. We have a word for that, and that word is greed. Bishop's Lodge already has an engineered water treatment leach field that has already failed. Yes, it failed before the time of Juniper and before the time of Auberge, and we have been assured time and time again that this EPA permit would yield treated Class A water of the highest quality, desirable for food-grade crops, animal consumption, laundry, bathing, but we cannot help but note that Bishop's Lodge has no intention of reusing the water that they extol the virtues of, and is not taking the time to find a buyer or consumer of that precious water. They want the treated water gone, and they seem to expect us to be grateful for what they want to remove from their property, and they want the water they reject to flow through our private and public lands. And that position causes reasonable suspicion among all reasonable residents of Santa Fe County. People across this county hike the Windsor Trail, walk the Little Tesuque Creek, and fear the effects of a second failure due to human error, catastrophic flooding, or climate or seismic events, or even due to full compliance with present EPA regulations that we all know do not yet account for the dangers of pharmaceutical waste and PFAS. Dangers the EPA admits on the EPA website are not yet fully understood. Federal regulations dwell in their own land of mañana. We know they always lag behind science. Citizens of Santa Fe County do not want additional PFAS in our breast milk, in our fish, and our bodies. Please remind Bishop's Lodge that EPA regulations can be exceeded. They are a minimum. Bishop's Lodge never offer their wealthy resort guests the minimum. Please, Bishop's Lodge, don't offer it to your neighbors. Let's not just extend that period for public comment. Let's slow way down and create a plan that can create a safe temporary plan, preferably on-site retention by Bishop's Lodge at their expense, until we have a comprehensive plan to possibly include the opera, casino, and resort in a superior plan that does not include discharge into the creek, but perhaps does bridge the 2.5 miles that separates Bishop Lodge from the Santa Fe Municipal Water Distribution and Treatment Systems, and invest private and public funds, including federal grant funding, into this improvement. Let's improve a system that would improve the lives of many, the lives of citizens of our country, of our county, rather than the wealthy few who come here to vacation and invest and profit off of the unspoiled beauty of the Tesuque Valley. Because a second pool for Bishop's Lodge is simply not a matter of urgency for the EPA, for the state of New Mexico, nor the county of Santa Fe. The health of our environment and our citizens, however, certainly should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Kadlicek, here once more to be a squeaky wheel about the NRCS, EWP. Oh, we're only on one issue? Oh, I thought it was general. Okay.
Oh, well, we'll have public comment at about 4:15.
Gotcha, thanks.
Okay. Anything else on this letter? Yes.
Mr. Chair, just a couple comments to include in here. First off, just for the record, for us to understand comprehensively, Santa Fe County has budgeted $250,000 to start working on a preliminary engineering report to do a regional wastewater system that would include the resort, would include the opera, would include the Pueblo, and potentially 2 Pueblos, and also all of the residents of the Tesuque Valley. And so that would be a great project to help clean up the water table and the groundwater in the entire area. So I encourage us to expedite that planning so we can start working on getting money to build this. Second, there was an issue that came up that people had a misunderstanding that Santa Fe County helped finance this project for the resort. That was an absolute misunderstanding or miscommunication or falsehood. Santa Fe County had nothing to do with the financing of this for the Bishop's Lodge Resort, and I wanted that to be clear on the record. Lastly, I would ask that when we do vote on this measure on Friday, that we include these comments in our packet as part of Santa Fe County's comments, as well as a recording of the community meeting that we had last night, all 2+ hours of it, in whatever format that we could do, if we could include it electronically as our submission to the EPA requesting more time. I don't know if that's feasible, but I think that would be great for us to show all of the concerns of the community. Even if they didn't have time to put in their own comments, they did have time to come to our meeting yesterday. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think you can add anything you want to the letter. You just bring us a whole package.
We'll work on it, yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this before us. I appreciate the concerns of the community, and I see this, again, as these opportunities, and I really do see this as an opportunity. We talk about meeting the legal requirement, and when we talk about wastewater and what it really means to bring water to a specific point, and now we're talking about the concerns over its distribution. What would it mean to really, since we are not really a participant in that water itself, but to bring something more innovative? What would it really mean to identify? I think the opportunity to put some more time into it and have the consideration of different types of engineering and tools that could actually make this much more acceptable and a viable resource rather than a hindrance or concern for the neighbors. Because frankly, and I'll just say this knowing well after 17 years at a National Ave, even perceived environmental muck-up is poor business. It's not going to be the place to go to when you know, oh yeah, that place that really crapped up the neighborhood. You know, I mean, there's a real opportunity if we wanted to do environmental hospitality, which is a whole thing into itself. Why not take advantage of those types of things to make this a real viable demonstration of what, where it lies and how it actually positively has an impact in the neighborhood, and that people can see its value when they come visit. Because I do believe that hospitality has been one of our cleanest, believe it or not, industries in our community, and it's right now kind of turning on its ear. So I think we need to make sure that when we have these hotels making proposals, that they're doing it in a way that it still makes sense to what the values are and why people come to visit Santa Fe. Thank you.
Any other comments? Otherwise, we will take this up on Friday for a vote. So you can come back and listen Friday. And we will have, just since we started a half hour late, we'll do our break at 4 o'clock and have public comment on other aspects at 4:15. I know there's a couple people here for that. And now, item 4, the consent agenda. Anybody want to remove an item from the consent agenda to appreciate?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Moving on to number 6A, request approval of
If I
contract.
could, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did want to acknowledge the fact that we do have the governor of Picuris Pueblo, as well as other representatives of the Pueblo here. And so out of respect for their time and the fact that they did come to answer any questions that the board had relative to their intent to have the Hotel Santa Fe taken into trust, I would just respectfully request that we move to that item of business, which is item 6G on the agenda.
Okay, we will do item 6G then. which is-
Mr. Chair, there was a resolution on the consent
Yes,
agenda.
resolution number for 4E.
Yes, that resolution number is 2024079.
Okay, and so for 4G is a resolution authorizing county manager to negotiate and execute on behalf of the county a payment in lieu of taxes agreement with Picuris Pueblo. Go ahead, whoever's presenting this. Leandro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. First, I'd like to start by introducing Governor Craig Quancello from the Picuris Pueblo, along with Lieutenant Governor Anthony Nitter from Picuris Pueblo. They're here today to answer any questions that we may have regarding the item at hand, but before we turn that to questions, I'll go ahead and run through the memo relatively quickly to give you some summary and background. Subject resolution would authorize Santa Fe County Manager to negotiate and execute on behalf of Santa Fe County a payment in lieu of taxes agreement with Picuris Pueblo, pursuant to which the Pueblo would pay the PILT payment in lieu of taxes if the Hotel Santa Fe, owned entirely by the Pueblo, is taken into trust by the federal government. It would also authorize the county manager to submit a letter in support of the Pueblo's trust application. And I would also like to mention that the Pueblo actually approached the county to request this. They also provided us the sample PILT agreement. So that's, I think, relatively uncharted waters in this sense. We haven't really been approached by a pueblo before to offer this opportunity. And so a little more of the background. The pueblo owns certain real property in Santa Fe County comprised of approximately 4,065 acres. 4.065 acres, I'm sorry. That's a lot of property, on which it has constructed and operates a hotel and related facilities known as Hotel Santa Fe. The Pueblo is planning to submit an application to the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs to have the Hotel Santa Fe taken into trust in accordance with federal law and regulations promulgated pursuant to thereto. Should the Hotel Santa Fe be taken into trust, it would be exempt from property taxes. The Pueblo has offered to make appeal to the county for the benefit of the county and other taxing jurisdictions in exchange for the county's support of its trust application and to pay its fair share to common services provided by the county. And just for some context, from property tax year 2014 to property tax year of 2023, the Hotel Santa Fe has paid just over $1.5 million in property taxes. And I want to thank our assessor and his team as well for providing us all of the background information and working with us to continue to gather the data we need to complete the PILT agreement. But at this time, I'd like to recommend approval of the subject resolution, and I stand for any questions. And again, representatives from Pico Rís Pueblo are here if there are any questions for them.
Any questions? Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Hanson made a motion to approve.
Do discussion?
You want discussion?
No, just I'd just like to thank the governor and assistant and for coming and for approaching us and government to government and making this recommendation, which is very much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, Chair. I just want to say thank you. And we've been 30 years plus relationship with the county. And if you don't know about Pico-Rís, we're in a rural setting. So this means a lot to us. And in full transparency, and the way I was taught is that you be transparent, you be respectful, and you communicate. So with those words, I've always lived by, and I want to work together, right? Because we can strengthen both of our sides. We can be together and show that even this day and age, that we can do something special and work together. And I stand for any questions. Please come out to the Pueblo. We look forward to negotiating this. We look forward to having this a lifelong relationship, working together. And I will say we did open another business downtown. If you don't know, that 100% tribal owned, and it's a dispensary, which I'm very proud of, to have a relationship with Santa Fe. And I'm open to whatever it takes to make this successful for both of us, not just Pico-Rís, but for both of us. So thank you, and I appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you for the comments. And any other comments before we vote? Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, for coming here, JP as well. Appreciate this investment in Santa Fe County. And as a county, my district has four entire pueblos and a fraction of a fifth. And I think Commissioner Bustamante's district has a fraction of a pueblo, so that makes 6. And now, welcome to Santa Fe County. You will be the 7th pueblo represented in Santa Fe County with trust land. So welcome to Santa Fe County.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, and Mr. Markinson and JP, for all of you for being here. I think this shows a really tremendous amount of good faith towards the county and a real sincere honesty to work with us. And I think that is really honorable, and I want to recognize and thank you for that. I consider Pico-Rís Pueblo kind of where I came from, since when I first moved to New Mexico, I moved to Llano, which is in the Hidden Valley of northern New Mexico. So I feel like it's part of my homeland. So, and it's one of the most beautiful places in northern New Mexico. So thank you, and thank you for coming here.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I also want to thank you for being here, for coming to the county, and for allowing us to work with you.
Thank you.
We're grateful, sincerely. So thank you for your presence and your good work and your stewardship, sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, yes, very good, thank you, and I appreciate it. And now Commissioner Hanson made a motion, Commissioner Hamilton second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? What's the resolution number?
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2024-080.
080. Okay. Now we will go back to 6A. Request approval of contract award agreement, U.S. Environment Infrastructure Incorporated, in the amount of $282,794. And I think that's Bill Taylor going to present that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Before you, we have a request for approval of the contract award with WSP Environment Infrastructure Engineering Firm to complete the design and engineering services for Los Pinos Road all-weather crossing at Arroyo Hondo. This is the original engineer of record. This project's been on our work schedule for quite a number of years. There's been some modifications to the, I'll let Mr. Lawrence Impresia answer any questions regarding the project specific, but this will complete the project design to where we can then go out for procurement and do an IFB for construction. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do have the question if it has been communicated to include the elbow with that pass. There has been a number, and I've had residents who live right at that pass contact me very recently with a number of accidents that have occurred there, which are proximate to this area, and I'm hoping that, and made the request to our Public Works, that overall picture would be assessed comprehensively instead of just addressing the waterway and not taking into consideration the more dangerous part of that road.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, when we looked at the project, originally the design was mostly complete quite a few years, well, in 2020. Originally by Lewis Berger, and they were taken over by WSP. We looked at the design when we dusted this project off in June of last year, so we've been working on it for a while now. It was determined that the portion of the structure of the box culvert, the concrete box culvert wing walls, were actually extending into the Pewaukee Pueblo property to the east side, because that was all Santa Fe Downs and was purchased by the Pueblo. So we notified WSP of that, and they did work on revising the plans to get that structure moved to the west a few feet. Not very much. It was barely extending into the Pueblo property. At any rate, the Pueblo also has a boundary line on the east side. It just sort of intersects the roadway right where the box culvert is. And we have a right-of-way through that corner. So essentially, we don't have a lot of room to do any sort of realignment in there. So the S-curve is what you're thinking about, right? The curvature there. And there's really not anything that we can do as far as modifying the radiuses on those curves to make them wider instead of having a tight S to have it more like that. We can't. That's not something that we can do or the designer can do with the constraints of the right-of-way with the Indian property there, the Pueblo property.
Mr. Chair, may I have, so the property, it's actually not owned by the Pueblo where the white wall is at that S-curve. That wall has been taken down at least 4 times in the last several years. and I have the photos that have been provided to me. More recently, there was a near fatality. There is much interest, and I think that I'm not really sure about the value in an expenditure of doing part of a project and not addressing the other part, and how much that would actually, I do understand that it's been an issue right now. When it floods, that's impassable. I'm grateful that that would be addressed. I'm not really sure of the efficiency in addressing the waterway passing and not doing something while we have everything torn up to fix the roadway. Though the amount of money is still significant, and it's taxpayer money, and it seems that, well, with this piece of, this portion of the money, we're going to go ahead and address the waterway, and we'll come back to that later. Just sounds like it's very fiscally inefficient. I really think that, I understand that there are right-of-ways, but we're literally coming down to, if somebody wants to sit with me, or better yet, the neighbors who have showed me the disasters, I've got the photos, then we can discuss the value of doing this. But, and I hate to leave the box and the waterway unaddressed, but I'm grateful to see that Brian's walking up. I just don't think it's an efficient way to plan the betterment of a roadway. I just think it's an inefficient use of taxpayer funds. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, if I could address a little bit of that. So Lawrence is correct in the reason, the purpose behind the design. What he did not mention was that as part of the design, we have additional signage leading up to the S-curve. I realize it's only signage, but it's acknowledging that there is a sharp S-curve. We also have going on as you're aware, in La Cienega, the traffic safety study, along with the water study. And I envision out of that, the entire length of Los Pinos Road needs a traffic evaluation. That's a race course, from what I understand. So it's not just this S-curve, which is one segment of that, which will be evaluated as part of the overall traffic assessment. And I would say that if, as a result of that safety study, doesn't get into specificity of what we should do along that road to improve the safety, we can do an additional study similar to what we're doing on Highway 14 at County Road 44 and County Road 45 with a more detailed study. But I would say that out of the traffic safety study within the La Cienega area, it's all of Los Pinos. If you take out one puzzle piece of the road, it's more than just that one puzzle piece that's the problem. And I think it needs to be addressed as a whole, and this project is a small sliver of that.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that, but I hope that you hear my concern, and I'm not disagreeing that it's part of a bigger picture. I've said since I was first put in this position that the road issues in there are in so many ways terminally problematic unless they get changed. And I go back to, yes, this is a small sliver. Having sent the pictures to you the day I was asked to meet with the neighbors there with the wall taken down, that they pay out of their own pockets to repair each time. And we're going to do some construction, literally a stone's throw, not even, like barely pitch a stone, right next to it for, not a small but not a large amount of money, and yet not really put that as part of the evaluation. And that's the concern. I will tell you, I have had a history in being a nightmare for people who had to hear about my worries about the growth of La Cienega back when 599 was built, where now with more traffic, we have more fatalities. I'm not a fan of waiting till we have the more problematic fatalities. I was literally asked to be an expert witness in the counting of people who were getting hit and killed at the 599 intersection, and now I'm saying it's the Los Pinos Road. And the neighbors sounded just like I did 20 some odd years ago, saying it's just a matter of time that someone gets killed. I'm all fine with traffic studies. It's important. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not fine with waiting until somebody is literally either incapacitated forever, which is what happened with one of the Desert Academy kids, and that's when I was asked to be an expert witness, or the other 9 fatalities that I personally had the opportunity to drive up on. That's the kind of situation we have at this intersection. Not even intersection, this S-curve, I'm sorry, at this S-curve. So yeah, it's important. It's something that we'll get to it and we'll look at the studies. I don't think it's appropriate. And I'm going back to, if we're going to spend money on this study, what would it take to reevaluate those dollars? Something was already put in place, but it's been brought to our attention that we're having accidents that can actually result in a fatality. And the issue with the signs is they're not honored. People drag through there. They don't care about the signs. I was hopeful when we had the blinking, I'm telling you how fast they're going, but I knew it was a matter of time. So the signs are one thing, but I'm talking about a neighborhood that is set up like a byway, and we have to do something about it. So with all due respect, I hope that that would be considered to be a part of this, or we have something more immediate that goes up at that time that lets the people know that their concerns at that corner will be addressed.
Mr. Hamilton, you had something?
Well, it sounds like, Commissioner Bustamante, you're suggesting that this not be approved and instead look at the whole thing as one, look at the whole thing, the bigger picture at one time. And I guess I wonder, you know, this was recommended probably quite a while ago, right? This has been around for a while, and yeah, it's probably not hugely efficient to have individual pieces of a problem, you know, brought up in isolation. On the other hand, things do get done in pieces. Like there's often not the money or funding to do the whole road. And since this has been on the books, I guess one question I would have is, does fixing this preclude fixing other parts of the road when whatever the study or the additional work, Brian, you were mentioning actually is implemented? I mean, does this preclude other options and that might be better for or more fit in better with, you know, like fixing the S-curve or whatever?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, it does not preclude it. What I would say is you're correct. And as Commissioner Bustamante, this has been a long-standing issue. The drainage has been a long-standing issue. So that's what where the project originally came from, was a drainage issue, access to the community during flooding times. Anytime that water's in that corridor, basically cuts off that corridor from ingress and egress, as well as the Public Works Department has to go back in and, you know, like we did, I think it was last year and the year before, dredge out, a lot of work. So this project, I believe, has been on the books about since 2014 for drainage purposes, not to speak any less about the safety concerns, and not that they haven't always been a concern, but the project originated as a drainage project. And as Lauren said, we've been in contact with the property owners. We are very limited in the right-of-way to help straighten out the road, which would help out with some of the safety. So, you know, addressing the drainage will not, I'll say, hamper the future of a safety improvement. That being said, if it were to go back to redesign, if we were directed to go back to redesign and work with property owners to try to figure out how to straighten out that road, we've done that. We've approached the property owners and they've been resistant to doing that. So long way of saying that this project as it's currently designed, 100% designed or near 100% designed right now, is for drainage purposes. Along with that, with the alignment, there's signage and those types of things to help promote a safe driving in that area. But it does not get to Commissioner Bustamante's points of eliminating, you know, as much as possible safety issues.
I understand. So like, it sounds like this road might be a really high priority for additional work, but I'm not so sure it really strikes me as an incredible waste of money. Quite the contrary, I'd be concerned that this has to be done as a drainage part, one way or the other, and to postpone it means things are getting so much more expensive so quickly that it might be preferable to do this while we have the funding and make the rest of the road activities like a high priority. Anyway.
Mr. Chair, Member Hamilton, I appreciate the way you framed that, and it is. It's really about, I'll say the first question I had in my mind is, well, if not now, when? And I'll just say as a taxpayer, when you say, well, why didn't they, and I'm sorry, I'm channeling moms. Why didn't they take care of that when they were working on this? And I'm not mocking anyone. Mom, I'm sorry. But anyway, it's one of those where, you know, they tore the whole thing up and nobody ever did any. So that kind of concern, if not now, when? And I appreciate, I get that there are issues all over that community, and that elbow, I'm not sure that straightening it is the answer. Is it a matter of that requires some more engineering and some thought about really what is the best thing? I appreciate the opportunity to really hear about what it takes to get that part of that fixed, and sincerely ask that the priority of that safety in that corner sort of be elevated in the interest of, as we fix this, what becomes a speed zone. I mean, literally every time the road gets repaired, people pick up speed. And I don't have any actual evidence of that except anecdotal observation. So I'm grateful for the time that you've taken to listen to me. It's really important. And I have to say that I agree and appreciate what Commissioner Hamilton has said about, you know, what does it take to get that water, because otherwise you can't cross it all. Let's get that fixed with consideration that there will be a part 2 at that corner, and if there's any way we can demonstrate that to the neighboring property that has, out of their own pockets, taken the expense of poor planning, this has been our opportunity to address that, and let's make sure they know we're taking it seriously, and I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Monte, I'd like to add that some other additional ideas that we have are to add rumble strips, which is something that we're going to be doing on another project we're going to talk about a little later, the infrastructure management program, jobs, the 4 roads. And that's something that we're looking into doing more of in different places. Now, that's just an engineered or, you know, a constructed safety feature that doesn't guarantee people will slow down, but it does warn people. Another option we can consider is like solar flashing signs, which is another thing that we're going to do on the infrastructure management program roads at off of Highway 14 there. These are things that will add, that will help. If there's people that are dead set on speeding, there's not much you're going to be able to do to slow them down unless you can keep ticketing them and keep a police officer parked there. But these are things we're considering to add, at least in the meantime, to try to mitigate some of the problems right in there. I would add also that if there's a complete redesign of the structure itself, to try to skew it a little bit more one way or the other, it would be starting from scratch. And basically we would have lost the design that was previously completed that we're modifying and close to completion on now. And then that would require a lot more, right-of-way, or, more land takes for the acquisition. And that's going to be a very long process. There's just only so much that you can fit into that spot. It was the historical roadway right there. And, so anyways, those are things to consider, whether, approving it now or not.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. The opportunity to put rumble strips, things that'll let people know that they're there, and just for the interest of the minutes and overall big picture awareness, where that elbow is, people literally go another 7 to 10 feet up in the hill and take out a wall. So in that, just to make it clear that they do get notified that they're no longer on a road within about 7 to 10 feet. But I think rumble strips prior to that, I am not an engineer, but I appreciate the consideration of what it'll take to alert people. Again, with all due respect, I understand we'd be going backwards, but I'm not really sure that we thought enough about what the accidents have been. But if there's an opportunity to consider ways that that will be addressed in the long run, Even when it was a dirt road, there had been fatalities at that corner, and now it's just worse. So I appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you all, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I do appreciate your concern about this because, you know, at the end of the day, safety first, access close behind it. Going fast is bad, but it is compounded when there's a curve, right? And so if you straighten these things out, people might go faster, but they also might be safer because you've sort of avoided the maneuverability, the requirement to deal with a sharp curve that could be a surprise. Small curves are not so bad. Big curves can be a little bit of a surprise. And I don't like the idea of throwing good money after bad, right? And so if we're here at this point right now where we say this is a less than perfect option and doggone it, we're going to just pursue this because it is ready and queued up. If this is not money that is at risk, then I defer to Commissioner Bustamante and her knowledge of the situation there. And if she wants to, on behalf of the community of La Cienega, really dig into this comprehensive strategy for the roadways of the area, whether it's a traffic study or just looking at this as a greater situation there, talking to the neighbors, talking to the Pueblo. I feel a good relationship with the Pueblo. I'm sure Commissioner Bustamante does, as being a neighbor to the property there. She probably knows the people, I think, that have the wall that's at the north side of this. All of these people should be engaged in this conversation. And sometimes it's not, it's our representatives that have the ability to present a solution that is more comprehensive than staff that sometimes go over there and say, take it or leave it, and it's less of a negotiation and it's less nuanced. So, if Commissioner Bustamante wants to defer this in a way that gets a better solution, and there's, it may take longer, it's definitely going to take longer, but it's better than spending $200-something thousand to further that. It's not going to save money in the end of the day by pursuing this now because you're saving a year here. It's just you're just putting money into an engineering project. But I look to Commissioner Bustamante most of all because she knows this intersection and knows whether.
Mr. Hamilton first, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. Frankly, I would defer to Commissioner Bustamante also, but I actually strongly disagree. I don't think this is just an engineering project. This is a safety issue also. Flooding out, I mean, next time we have a big rain and you can't get people in and out for emergency situations. And I want to, in addition, point out the fact that there has been discussion with the neighbors, and having a better solution to this road might be really important, but it's also nothing even close to low-hanging fruit, and there already is resistance to straightening out. That comment was already made, straightening out the curves. So there are things on both sides. That's why these are not such easy things to resolve, and I frankly think it would be a step toward additional safety and accomplishing the piece that we are positioned to be able to accomplish now to approve this.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners Green and Hamilton, I appreciate your insight and willingness to listen to what it is that I'm going to say, and I do appreciate the value of having it repaired. I do agree and would hate to see this wait longer. And at the same time, I go back to, if not now, when? If we are going to put rumble strips, but I'm going to ask sincerely that we ask for a meeting with the residents right on that corner prior to, not actually prior, as we start to embark on this plan that we're going to approve today, that we have a meeting. So I would like to move to approve this contingent on a meeting with the community members with an explanation of what will be happening at that pass, specifically the landowners who have repaired their own wall at the expense of not having a safe roadway in that corner. That would be my motion.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Green. Is there any problem with that? Hello, Brian.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, there's no problem with that. I will say, and I think I said it earlier, the plans are 100% designed already. So the goal of this, what's before you today, is to bring the engineer of record that was from years ago back under contract to finalize, I'll call it, stamp the plans, as well as then have construction oversight services. So I want to leave you with the impression that the plans haven't been designed already, and I also want to make sure that as we go to meet with the neighbors, that it is a design that has been finalized, that took into consideration. I think the scope has moved over time. The scope originally, like I said earlier, was 100% design of water structure, and in that it's morphed over the last 7 years or so to safety. So I just don't want to give a false impression that we will meet with the neighbors and we'll hear them. If we are to go back to the drawing board, as Commissioner Green mentioned, there will be time, and which we can do. There'll be time and money, and I would estimate that if we had to go back out to engineering just to set expectations, if we go out to engineering restart with engineering, and then go through contractor, we're probably about 2 years away from shoveling the ground. So, and I'm just trying to be realistic and just let you know of where we're at.
Thank you. If I could, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, what I heard the motion to be is not that we're going to slow down with the very important project to increase access in the event of flooding, but that as we embark upon that, we would convene a community meeting to discuss safety and discuss why this aspect is moving forward, and also the overall plan to address safety in the community, as well as interim measures that can be taken to help with that particular curve. I might have misunderstood, but that's what I understood the motion to be.
Mr. Chair, Manager Schaefer, I agree. I think that's exactly what I'm saying, but I'd like to actually also add to that since those plans have already been done, and I said we would invite them prior to the shovel getting into the ground, but I think within the next 6 months, I would like those plans to be made available to those landowners right at that intersection. And then we can see if they need to or want to meet. I'm not going to guarantee, and I wouldn't want any false assurance that they wouldn't ask for something more different. And I sincerely, in the interest of making things safer, would say, you know what, if it meant it all stops next month and we have to go back to a drawing board, I'm sorry for the dollars spent on that, but what is it going to take to not have something that is literally taking people to the hospital? So that being said, I amend my motion that we are going to provide the plans to the neighboring community. I will contact them as soon as we are finished, and then we will leave it open if they want to meet with the county regarding what will be happening with that waterway. And that's an amendment to my motion, so I'd like to see if my...
It's friendly. I'm deferring to you. This is your neighborhood, and I give you the opportunity
appreciate that. So that would be the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we passed that. Now let's take our 4 o'clock break and come back to public hearing. 6B is request consideration and of direction on a cold pack recommendation regarding the donation request of Edgewood. Oh, I'm sorry. I said we would do public hearing. So public hearing first. We have just a couple people who are going to give us comments. Can you come forward? And is there anyone online? Okay. We'll do in-house first and then online. And put the 3-minute timer up.
I'm John Kadlicek, Take Two. And
Yes.
So I pretty much learned that me being here today is moot. I came because I was concerned that the finalizing the contract with the Soil and Water Conservation District to do the EWP project in Rio Medio wasn't on the agenda. I've since learned it'll be on the agenda on Friday, and that there's been enough back and forth with them that they've accepted the contract at this point, and on Friday it should all be a done deal. So now I'm basically just here to thank you again for sponsoring it. The river did go up over the weekend in the last rains. People got scared, but there was no damage or incidents or anything. So we're still really hoping that some work will get done this year. And the Soil and Water Conservation District has my contact info, so I can help smooth things for them however I need to with contact information on neighbors and that sort of thing. So just thanks again for your sponsorship at this point. Oh, and one other thing, just in terms of the list of ICIP things, I noticed that, can I speak on this right now? Okay. I noticed that the Rio Medio Open Space Project is listed as a non-basic need. I would argue that protecting life and property is pretty much a basic need. I know it has a really strong rating. It's a 65, which makes it important, but doesn't seem appropriate to me that it's considered a non-basic need. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wish to speak? If not, Daniel, who do we have online?
Mr. Chair, we have Chris Michelle's online.
Okay. Chris, if you can unmute and speak to us. Did you do request unmute and all that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I was muted. You had me muted.
Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yes, the issue I wish to raise with you today is you haven't started the clock. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, here's the issue I wish to raise with you. I've raised before. It has to do with EPRA. This is the Information Public Records Act. There were some recent changes, perhaps in regard to my previous comments, but what they've done is they've actually made the situation much worse. I repeat, they have changed the policy. They've made the situation much worse. What they've done is what they have now is you have put in a new policy, or your attorney has put in a new policy, which gives you not one, as EPRA has it, but 4 separate records custodians. This is just added to the confusion. It also is in direct violation of the resolution that establishes the EPRA custodian in Santa Fe County as the county attorney. You have established, again, by resolution, 1 records custodian who is the county attorney. The county attorney's office is now seeing fit to turn that into 4 records custodians. And trust me, this is total confusion. The county clerk's office is now one of the 4 custodians. They seem to have no idea whatsoever as to what's going on. They're not communicating per EPRA. They're not supplying records that I've requested. It is utter confusion. Since you take pride in transparency in some of your documents, and if you take any attention to the law, EPRA is a law. This is not an amusement. This is a law. Now, it seems your commissioners are just not willing to pay attention to the law. And this is one of the most important because it allows the citizens to look at the record of the county. And right now, that is just not working. So again, I've requested meetings with the county attorney. I get none. I requested meetings with the records custodian. I get none. Basically, I'm being stonewalled because they don't like the fact that I'm raising the issue. This leaves it to the commission. Do you believe in open records? Do you believe in public access? It doesn't look like you do because you haven't seen fit to take this up. Please take up EPRA. The way you're going right now, you're just stonewalling the public on this matter and just daring us to sue you, and that's not a very efficient to do business. So please, once again, this is about the third or fourth time I've raised this, please look at the EPRA and put it on your agenda. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other users online.
Okay, in that case, that closes public hearing. And now we do go on to item 6B, request consideration and direction on Colpack recommendation regarding the donation request of Edgewood open space to the town of Edgewood. Adeline?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Adeline Murphy. I am the Open Space and Trails Planning Team Leader, and I'm also joined by Chris Mann, Colpack Chair. And I'm coming to you today to present Colpack's recommendation regarding the request of the town of Edgewood to donate for Santa Fe County to donate the Edgewood Open Space and Equestrian Center to the town. This open space is located at 91 and 97 West Frontage Road in Edgewood, New Mexico, and is owned, operated, and maintained by Santa Fe County. The property features an outdoor equestrian arena with 3 miles of trails on 30 acres. The town of Edgewood submitted a formal request in July of 2023 for Santa Fe County to donate this property to the town. The county communicated a process to the town that the county would follow to evaluate a formal request made by the town for this potential donation, which is as follows. A formal request would have to be made by the town to include the following information and materials: a resolution adopted by the town commission establishing that the commission desires to have the property donated to the town and its commitment to paying the transaction costs associated with the transaction, details on the town's short, mid, and long-term plans for the property, evidence that the town has adequate budgetary resources for the operation and maintenance of the property and has a plan to fund any further intended development, and any other information the town feels would be relevant to the county's evaluation of its request. The town's request would first be evaluated by Colpack, which may ask for additional information and make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Then, assuming it is decided to consider the donation after receiving Colpack's recommendation, the board would hold one or more public hearings before taking the final action on the proposed donation, which, if approved, may include terms and conditions concerning the development and use of the property. And finally, the donation, if approved by the board, would also have to be approved by the State Board of Finance. Colpack evaluated the town's formal request and conducted a site visit to the property. The evaluation included research on the property and the consideration of a variety of options for the future management and ownership of the property. Key findings of Colpack's evaluation included that the property was purchased in 2000 for $840,000. The county built a horse arena and associated infrastructure such as parking, trails, drainage improvements, restrooms, and seating, between fiscal years 2010 and 2014, expending $912,000. And then the property was open for use in 2013. Management of the property has been the responsibility of the town and/or county at different times. Most recently, the county assumed management of the property in 2020. And equestrian users Coldpack members spoke with were generally pleased with the current management of the facility. And the last key finding is that the management of the property does place a burden on county maintenance staff due to the distance of the facility from the Public Works headquarters in Santa Fe. Following this evaluation, Coldpack responded to the town with a request for additional information on the town's plans and budgetary resources. Coldpack did not receive a response from the town within the requested timeframe. In addition, the town resolution establishing its desire to have the property donated to the town did not explicitly state that the town will pay for the transaction costs associated with the conveyance of the property. Coldpack then held a meeting on May 22nd of this year and voted to approve the following statement and recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Coldpack has carefully considered the request of the town of Edgewood that Santa Fe County donate the Edgewood Equestrian Center to the town. Our findings on this matter are detailed in the accompanying memorandum prepared by county staff. In summary, the committee finds that there is no significant deficiency in current management of the property, no compelling public interest, and insufficient information to justify conveying the property to the town of Edgewood. Therefore, Coldpack recommends that the county reject the town of Edgewood's request for donation of the Edgewood Equestrian Center to the town, and that the county maintain ownership and management of the property. However, should the board desire to convey the management of the property to the town, Coldpack recommends that instead of a donation, the county offer the town a low-cost lease with stipulations for adequate maintenance, public access, and stewardship of the property. Coldpack further recommends that the county designate a trustee to assist with the management of the facility. Staff recommends approval of Coldpack's recommendation that the county maintain ownership of Edgewood Open Space, and I stand for any questions, as does the Coldpack Chair, Chris Mann.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Adeline. So did we quantify how much money we put into this property on top of any acquisition costs? I didn't quite see that in there.
Yes. So the cost to build the infrastructure was $912,000.
And did Edgewood plan on compensating for that, or that was all part of the donation?
That would be part of the donation.
Okay, thanks.
Hanson?
Thank you. So basically, we keep the property and we lease it to them. That what I heard is the final offer?
No.
No, that would be if the board desires to convey the management of the property to the town.
Okay, so I'm not in favor of conveying management or the property to the town. I think, the open space has been well taken care of, and I want to support what Coldpack is suggesting, that we, the county, keep this land, right? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bustamante?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Adeline, thank you for working through Coldpack to have this evaluated. I am as well in line with the recommendation, as this was not just a decision that was made without deep consideration of what the benefits and what the asset means to the county, as well as it was brought to me via one of the commissioners with Edgewood, who has asked that given current status of the overall governance, that we be asked to not consider it. So in line with that, I'm grateful for your good work, and I would like to make a motion that we concur with the recommendations of Colpack not to release this property or lease it to the town of Edgewood, where it's being managed well. And I did hear from constituents, if we're in line with IPRA, someone can check to see what the constituents said regarding disinterest in having that transferred to the town of Edgewood, given current circumstances. So,
Second.
Was that a second?
That was.
Okay.
My light on, yes, second. Was that too sorry.
My hearing's gotten bad, I guess. Any other comments? Yeah, I agree. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we agree with Colpack.
Thank you.
And thanks, I thank Colpack for the work in doing this. It's very helpful.
Yes.
Very helpful.
Thank you, Colpack. And by the way, the motion was by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. Now we go on to item C, resolution amending and restating as amended to, anyway, one resolution for the ease of reference governing the governing body for the Housing Authority. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution, the subject resolution being presented to you today, essentially amends Resolution 2010-104 and, of course, restates that. And for background, Resolution 2010-104 is the current resolution that dictates the makeup of the Santa Fe County Housing Authority Board. And as currently constructed, that board contains 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners, as well as 1 resident member, and that position is dictated by federal law, as well as a community member. Pursuant to the municipal housing law that provides direction to local government on how to establish housing authority boards, that statute really provides 2 options. So pursuant to Section 5, a local government can establish a separate, an independent board made up of 3, 5, or 7 community members to act as the governing body of a housing authority. The second option, under Section 4 of that law, would allow a local government to retain the housing authority as a division of itself, in which case the local government body, a Board of County Commissioner or City Council, would act as the governing board of a housing authority. When the Housing Authority was initially established in 1982, it was established pursuant to Section 5 with an independent body that acted as the governing board. In 1996, the Board of County Commissioners dissolved the independent board and reverted all powers authorized to that board back to the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County. And since 1996, the Santa Fe County Housing Authority has operated as a division of the County of Santa Fe. Resolution 2010-104, we're proposing a couple changes to that. Firstly is in the language of the resolution, which as currently constructed does not explicitly state that the Housing Authority is a division of local government, or that the BCC is in fact the governing body, which does create some concerns and ambiguities. Is the authority created under Section 4 or under Section 5? So we wanted to address some of that language to make some clarification. But as this board is aware from previous meetings, staff have also had a discussion with the Department of Housing and Urban Development that oversees all housing authorities within the state of New Mexico. All local government housing authorities, that is, to review the board makeup, and they felt that the board makeup was in compliance with Section 4 of the municipal housing law, with the exception of the community member. That position of the community member has been vacant for some time, and so staff are coming forward to present this resolution for potential approval to really achieve 5 goals. And one is that the resolution explicitly details that the authority is a division of the County of Santa Fe in accordance with Section 4 of the municipal housing law. 2, the resolution restructures the board makeup to remove the community member position. 3, the resolution ensures compliance with the federal statute I mentioned before, Section 505 of the Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act of 1998, that requires us to maintain a resident member that's directly assisted by the authority. 4, this resolution consolidates previous amendments to Resolution 2010-104 into a single resolution for ease of reference. And the fifth and final goal of this resolution is to amend and add additional duties for the executive director position. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and stand for questions.
Any questions? Well, I'll say that this appears to be our only choice of action anyway, since HUD soundly put down our last proposal. So, Mr. Hamilton?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second. Any other discussion? Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Opposed?
Thank you.
No opposed. What's our resolution number?
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2024-081.
81. Okay, and we go on to item D. Request delegation of signature authority to the county manager to negotiate and execute all contract documents and purchase order for procurement of construction services required on 4 county road improvements identified by Infrastructure Management Services, LP. And welcome back to the front.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. In an effort to sort of expedite the procurement process, we requested a delegation of signature authority while we procured the services for construction for multiple roads improvements at County Road 45, Bonanza Creek, Fin del Centero, Camino de Jacobo, and Camino Lisa roads and improvements that have been identified by the county's infrastructure system as a high priority of attention. And so the procurement was completed. We have received bids and a low responsive bid that is within the budget of the contract, of the budget for the project. And so Mr. Lawrence Impresia is here to answer any questions the board may have about the project itself. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Mr. Green?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bill. Question about Camino Lisa. I know that that road is an emergency egress, secondary access or exit from Hyde Park States 1, I think it's Hyde Park 1, and connects to a neighboring development. Is there any design intention there to deal with the emergency egress pathway there? Has that been taken into account?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, it's a dead-end road at the top. It tops out.
But it's not. It actually has an emergency fire access at the very top.
Okay, I'm not aware of that.
So that's one of my concerns, is
Okay.
that to make sure that the design and everything, like there's only one way out of that development, and except this at the top of Camino Lisa, it connects to the neighboring development.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, if there's another road that comes off of it, like I say, I'm not aware of it. This is a maintenance project. It's not a redesign or a re-engineering project. It's basically to resurface the roadway. It's a lot of wear and tear because it's very steep. There's up to a 16% grade on this roadway. So there's a lot of snow that collects there during the year, and we just have to try to maintain it a little bit more often than some of the roads. So there's no design on it. This was all in-house design, if you want to call it that, basically estimating and getting prices together and a bid package together to get it maintained.
Okay, if it's that minimal of a scope, I understand. I just as we were saying earlier, when you're doing it, do it right. And so there's some. I know at the bottom of Camino Lisa, it's a little bit of a sharp curve, and at the top, it is a weird roundabout cul-de-sac. detail, but the home that is on the southern end of that cul-de-sac has an easement that connects to the development next door, and that is the emergency access or egress for both of those developments should a fire cut off access. And
So do they, pardon me, Commissioner Green, Chairman, do you know which, there's a house that you drive through their driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this was never something that we were considered in just a maintenance project. We're just looking at resurfacing the road.
Okay. It would be good to make sure that any transitions onto that driveway were addressed. If there's a drop off or anything that's necessary in either direction would be looked at, but
Oh yes, we're planning on doing that. We're going to be paving into the driveways and tapering the asphalt in.
Okay.
And fixing the edges where there's erosion along the sides.
And the same thing at the bottom where it connects to Paseo Primero, to make sure that the radiuses are taken into account. So in case of an emergency, a truck or anybody that needs to get out of there quickly doesn't have a really sharp curve or anything like that. Anyway, little minor details, but if you're looking at it as an emergency egress, there's another set of eyes that look at it that way.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Good job.
Other questions? I just have a question about Bonanza Creek Road. Does that include also a blinking stop sign?
Mr. Chair, yes, it does. We are going to be putting a blinking stop sign on Bonanza Creek as you approach Highway 14 and also on the opposite side on Shenandoah Trail. There's been approvals already from the District 5 engineer for us to do that to the State Highway Department. And we're also going to be including rumble strips on Shenandoah Trail, which is 44 on the east side of 14 and 45. A series of rumble strips there. And so we're looking at those safety features because there has been some accidents there too.
Okay, good. Hopefully that improves safety.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Lawrence. I think Bonanza Creek definitely needs all of those, all of the above, as I actually drive that road occasionally. So I think that's great. And if there's no other questions, I will make a motion to approve this request delegation of signatory to the county manager to negotiate all contracts and procurement.
A second?
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, second by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, you have it. And that takes us to 6E, request of an approval agreement between Santa County Deputy Sheriff's Association, et cetera. Rachel.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Commission. I'm here today to present to you a newly negotiated collective bargaining agreement between the Sheriff's Deputies Association and the county. I have a large delegation of people who are here to lend their support to the recommendation that you approve this agreement. This was one of the most collaborative and efficient negotiations we have had. We were able to complete this negotiation in less than 3 months and are looking to end the existing contract, which is expected to run through December, and put this contract in place beginning at the first full pay period in July as a replacement in order to more immediately address staffing issues within the sheriff's office. And I'll run through just some of the highlights of what we changed. My memo describes in detail what we've changed, but you'll see that there have been some changes to the management rights section to ensure that we get input from the bargaining unit before we change policies that affect their members. Where previously there was not a mandate that we receive their input, we all agree that we benefit from receiving that input. And we are modifying the insurance provisions to allow for increases in the tiers. When there are COLAs put in place, the increases would go into effect the following January to ensure that COLAs do not erode the insurance tiers that people are placed in. We also increased the clothing allowance due to the increasing costs of uniforms from $590 to $650 annually. And we made some changes to the internal affairs section that place timelines on things so that there's a little bit more structure to how that process rolls out. And we all felt that that would be very beneficial to the internal affairs process. We made some clarifications to the disciplinary sections to make clear that the pre-disciplinary hearing meeting is a meeting. It's an opportunity to discuss discipline before it's imposed, but not a hearing as that concept is contemplated by the Peace Officers Act. We are proposing that the retirement benefits be modified so that when the contributions for employees increase in July, as mandated by state law, our contributions on behalf of employees for their portion of the para contributions is increased to 75% of that contribution amount. It's a substantial benefit to the membership and very valuable and useful in our recruitment. Perhaps the most critical element of the amendment had to do with Section 36 wages, where we made significant increases in the rates paid to Sheriff's Deputy 1, 2, 3, Corporal, and Sergeant, which is the bargaining unit positions, in order to remain competitive with area organizations. And when you couple that with the generous retirement benefits that we're proposing, we are really a very competitive organization at that point financially. We expanded the referral bonus program so that should a sheriff's bargaining unit employee refer someone to the county for any job that is vacant in the county, and we have a successful hire and someone who stays long enough, the referring employee would receive a bonus. Right now, they only receive those bonuses if they refer someone to the sheriff's office. So just broadening the benefit there. We modified the shift differentials down slightly and eliminated one shift differential that's no longer relevant based on scheduling. And we modified them down in order to be able to offer the competitive hourly rates, but also because that shift differential becomes much more valuable now that the rates are so high. And so they are still very generous shift differential provisions. And we added an incentive program. We have many incentive programs in the Sheriff's Department. We have added one for the assignment of certain officers to bilingual duties where they would be translating out in the field, and they would receive some incentive pay for becoming certified as competent to translate and then providing those services as assigned by the sheriff. We also changed on-call time so that rather than receiving comp time, employees are actually paid straight time for being on call. And we modified the court time so that now that many hearings are not in person, we're not paying a mandatory 2 hours for every remote hearing they may attend, and we've reduced the time that is automatically compensated. Of course, they're always compensated for actual time worked if it goes beyond the hour that they're compensated for automatically. And finally, the contract is a 3-year term, so we won't come back to you with a new contract for 3 years. It will begin the first pay period in July, which I believe is July 13th, and would expire at the end of June in 2027. I don't know if the sheriff or the HR director or anyone else would like to comment on this, but I just want to applaud everyone for the incredible effort that went into this and the true collaboration between the bargaining unit and the management team.
Thank you. And Sheriff, do you want to say anything?
Thank you. Mr. Chair and Commission, I just wanted to express my appreciation for both negotiating sides of the team that the county put forth, and my staff, which came to support this bargaining unit amendment or ratification of the contract. A lot of who were on the bargaining team, but we do realize that this was an expedited process. That didn't necessarily need to go into effect until I think it was December or January of this next year. But we realized that that it needed to be done sooner than later to address some of the staffing issues and some of the things that issues and concerns within the contract. Anytime we bargain or we come to the table on a contract, it's a balance and it's a compromise. And I can assure you that that there was concerns that were brought to the table not only by the union membership, but also we took into consideration what's best for the county and what's best for the community of and the members for Santa Fe County. And I think there was a really good job that was done on this contract. We addressed mainly one of the big things that, as Rachel stated, the compensation, salary compensation, which now with state police, the raises that they received this last year made the competition for salaries very competitive, and I think we're at the table and we're very competitive. We always have been, and I appreciate your support, and I'm hoping and asking for support for the approval of this contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, make a motion to approve?
No, second. Under discussion or support?
Oh, and, well, we have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton and a second by Commissioner Hanson, and discussion by Commissioner Green.
Just in general support of this, I really like the idea that there will be incentives for bilingual officers. I think a lot of our community is singular lingual and Spanish speakers, and so having that bilingual resource is something that will do a great job for when there's inter bilingual situations, when somebody needs to speak both English and Spanish in a confrontation or something like that, that the deputy can actually help translate between people, and so miscommunications. This is a great resource to have on your team. I also know that in the apples to apples, like we talk here about the pay rates, it would be great sometime to really show how this compares to other, maybe it's not necessarily for our resolution here, but it could be in part of the backup to say how this compares to our other folks here, so that we would have a reference point to go, this is great, or we're overpaying, or we're underpaying, and boy, you should go even further. You've done the legwork, but we would feel much more confident if I saw, hey, look, it's $44 an hour, but Santa Fe is at 45 and the state police is at 50. It'd be good to be able to see that in this, just to get some reference point. But anyway, thank you very much and good luck with this, and happy recruiting and retaining.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Mr. Chair, I just want to commend the bargaining team. Thank you for your good work as well. I applaud you in your efforts. Thank you.
I have.
Mr. Hanson.
Also, thank you, Rachel, Valerie, Sheriff Mendoza, for your work in this. So my question is about the compensation. I mean, I'm supportive of this completely, but they get an increase in retirement. How long do they have to work at the county to get that retirement? I mean, they have to be here the entire time?
So it differs. If an officer comes and they lateral over, which they come from another agency, then their time comes with them. So they don't necessarily have to start at the Santa Fe County in order to retire from Santa Fe County. Those cadets, people with who I'm referring to, with people with no experience, they have the option of working here. The 25 years is the new standard for retirement for law enforcement. So they could work here the whole time and retire from the sheriff's office or the county, but it doesn't bar them from applying for other agencies or moving on. But our intent is to attract qualified deputies to the sheriff's office and keep them here and retain them throughout their career so that they do retire from the sheriff's office. That's our intent and that's our goal. And I think this contract gets us one step closer to doing that.
Great. So if they're here for 5 years and then they move on, what happens?
Well, nothing. We lose a lot of energy, resources, and time and effort in that employee. And I think that's why it's so important to retain the employees and the deputies that we have, to incentivize them to keep working here at Santa Fe County and recruit other certified officers throughout the state or throughout the country to come and join the sheriff's office. And so that's why retaining.
So if they leave, then they lose this.
They don't lose. They could go to a state agency and continue their time.
Right, but they would not receive the same benefit. They would receive whatever the benefit is at another place, right?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Maybe Rachel can.
If your question is whether we continue to contribute the 75% of the employee's portion, if they leave the county, no, we do not.
Right.
They move on to whatever terms their new employer offers.
Right, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, so they lose that. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Hanson, second. You made the motion, right? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Yvonne, resolution to commit Santa Fe County fiscal year 2024 fund balance.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Government Accounting Standards Board issued Statement Number 54, Fund Balance Reporting and Governmental Fund Type Definitions, recommending local governments establish a formal policy related to the accounting and financial reporting of governmental fund balances. In response to the accounting standard, the board originally passed Resolution 2015-84, then repealed it and replaced with County's Fund Balance Reserve and Budget Contingency Policy in Resolution 2019-7. GASB Statement Number 54 defined classifications of fund balance as the following: non-spendable fund balance, amounts that are not spendable are not in a spendable form, cannot be spent, and or are required by legal or contractual reasons to be maintained intact. Restricted fund balance, amounts that are constrained by external providers, creditors, grantors, and other governments constitutionally or through legislation. Committed fund balance that has been designated as spendable and non-restricted by resolution or ordinance adopted by the board. Committed amounts remain committed unless removed using the same method as the commitment. Assigned fund balance represents intentional constraints placed on resources at a level before the governing body as designated, such as the county manager or the finance director. Unassigned, the remaining amount of fund balance not specifically identified as one of the previous four classifications. Only the general fund can have a positive unassigned fund balance. Unrestricted fund balance, the total of committed, assigned, and unassigned fund balance. The county's reserve policy attempts to establish reserve levels to address the predictability or unpredictability and volatility of revenues and expenditures, one-time constraints such as disasters and immediate capital needs, and dependency on the general fund by other operating funds within the county, contingent liabilities, as well as economic downturns. With today's resolution, we are requesting the board to commit fund balances as of June 30th in accordance with the county's reserve policy for the general fund, special revenue funds supporting county staff and ongoing operations, enterprise funds, and the county self-insurance fund. For those reserve requirements that identify a percentage range of the unrestricted fund balance from the prior year financial report, there were no changes to those percentages. The calculated committed amounts are in addition to the fund balance requirements or constraints imposed by law, contract, or other sources outside the county policy. Exhibit B represents the calculated committed amounts for each applicable fund based on the prescribed reserve criteria. Exhibit C provides details of the change in the committed amounts for each fund from fiscal year 23. Exhibit D details the amount, the estimated fund balance, and the applicable components for fiscal year 24. It's important to note that these amounts are only estimates, as fiscal year 24 is still being reconciled and will be audited by Moss Adams. It is also important to note that Exhibit B is an accounting presentation rather than a budgetary one. The amounts reflected may not be available for new projects or initiatives. More specifically, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned are accounting terms. In special revenue and enterprise funds, amounts shown as restricted may have already been budgeted for fiscal year 24 or fiscal year 25. And with that, Chair, I stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Yes, please.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Yvonne. We are in the process this year, I think, of reassessing our reserves, correct? And so this is just an interim, like, continuation of where we're at, but next year we may have a different formula?
Chair, Commissioner Green, that's correct. We're in the preliminary stages. We talked with the contractor on looking at reserves using risk based upon the county, what we see in the environment, economics, specific to Santa Fe County. But yes, this, per the county policy, we're required for the financial statements to have the board commit these by June 30th.
So our hands are sort of tied by resolution and things like this at this point, but we're committing this. I just want to sort of question the methodology going forward on this. When we, in a disaster recovery situation, of course, you can't predict a disaster. Nobody can foresee a Spanish Inquisition. And sorry, joke, but the most disasters of a decent scale would probably be covered by outside factors, whether it's a statewide disaster declaration that goes to FEMA or things like that. Is that something that, have we ever had to pay out of pocket? And what are examples when a big disaster happens and, for instance, the Fed comes through, or the Fed doesn't come through and it would be a county that is held liable for those situations? Because 15% is a big number.
Chair, Commissioner Green, I think the only time I remember that we had a problem that we had to use some of the reserves was related to the flood, the 1,000-year flood, and some of the damage that occurred. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if any of that was covered by any other resources. I don't know if county manager knows of anything else.
Mr. Chair, I agree with Yvonne.
It wasn't, or?
It was not.
It was not. Okay.
It was not.
And was that like something of the order of magnitude that a 15% reserve was necessary, or?
Chair Hughes, Commissioner Green, I'm not sure. I don't remember. I'd have to go back to the county records to figure out how much we had to spend related to fixing the different damages.
If I could, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, the other factor you have to take into account is even if FEMA there is a federally declared disaster, on a good day, you're looking at 2 years, 18 months to 2 years to get reimbursed from FEMA. So you have to have the cash to actually respond to the emergency, even if you're going to get reimbursed. And so you have to factor that into the analysis, as well as you have to pay the bills in the meantime.
Okay, great. Thank you. Another one, I know that we have an economist on board that gives us all sorts of good detail into his predictions for where the economy is going. I'm wondering if we're starting to look at a more dynamic model and starting to look at things that can be more predictive of things, whether it's like building permits or gross receipts tax, and looking at, we get monthly reports from when they give us distributions. Are we starting to track those to be a little bit more dynamic in our trends so that we can see whether we need bigger reserves or less?
Chair, Commissioner Green, I would expect that to occur as we evaluate with our with whichever contractor we select with or go with on looking at our reserves, that we would do that during that time and include that with that revised policy.
Okay, I'll sort of defer to what we come up with in the future, but I would hope that they were much more dynamic and smarter, for using a smart organizational sort of strategy. The algorithm is there, and we have so many data points of whether it's building permits or whether it's gross receipts or internet sales, that we can start to see, 1 month might be a blip, but 3 months makes a trend, and so on. So I would hope that we would start to be a smarter, more analytical organization. Thanks.
If I could, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Green, that is, in fact, the direction that staff recommended we're going and the direction we're heading in. The risk-based assessment of reserves, it's the same modeling that insurance companies use. And so the end result should be a model that is dynamic, but also creates what they refer to as multiverses, in terms of looking at what if you had a flood followed after your fires, and they start to stack those things up. So yes, that is in fact what was recommended by staff and adopted by the board as part of the strategic plan, and that's what we'll be doing over the next 6 months.
Fantastic, thank you.
Mr. Hanson.
I would like to make a motion to commit Santa Fe County fiscal year 2024 fund balance.
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I had the same questions Commissioner Green had, but you got them answered. Okay, so let's
Thank you.
move on to, I think, 6H, resolution accepting subrecipient agreement.
Mr. Chair, let me provide a resolution number for item 6F. That was 2024-082.
82, okay. Leandro, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm here today asking the Community Development Department received funding from the New Mexico Governor's Office via subrecipient agreements, 2 different subrecipient agreements for the Espanola Pathways Shelter Renovation Project. A little bit of background is, as Community Development operates the affordable housing program for the county, and they have been coordinating a renovation project with Espanola Pathways Shelter for their Pathways Village Transitional Living Facility. On June 18th, 2024, our Community Development Department received the 2 subrecipient grants for the renovation project from NMDFA. The funds were awarded via the Governor's Office, and in the amount of, one agreement is $702,560. The other agreement's $97,440 for a total amount of $800,000 for both agreements. DFA has requested the subrecipient agreements be approved and returned by June 28th. The award is applying Federal American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, and must be encumbered by December 31st. Any unspent funds from this project will revert back to DFA. In addition to these grants, the county has received or anticipates receiving legislative appropriation grants for the transitional living facility, totaling approximately $772,900. Ultimately, the county will need to enter into an agreement with Pathways defining the scope of the project, roles and responsibilities, and affordability and security requirements to ensure compliance with grant requirements and all other regulatory requirements. Our staff has been working with Pathways. We've had different meetings. We've also started communicating with our procurement office to see how we would take this forward. Our recommended action would be the Community Development Department via Finance Division recommends approval of the resolution accepting the subrecipient agreements for Espanola Pathway Shelter renovation project and granting the county manager's signatory authority to sign and execute any and all the documents related to these grants. And I would stand for any questions at this time, and I might ask Jordan if the question's too tough to help me.
Any questions? Mr. Green?
Just to thank you for bringing this forward. Pathway Shelter does a great job with providing a needed service to people in need of transitional housing that are at risk and are, in many cases coming out of the streets and out of substance abuse issues. And I was impressed to meet with a bunch of the folks up there and what they're doing. And I thank you for helping expedite this and getting it into their hands so we can help them upgrade that facility.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton.
So just for clarity, my understanding is though that this is not a pass-through. The county would manage this renovation project? Or oversee it?
Probably, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, more of an oversight. We would definitely work with them. We would do our best to help guide them through the process, helping them along the way. They have a bit of a capacity issue within the Pathways organization, and I think they are leaning on the county to help them get through this.
So given that capacity issue, are you comfortable with the arrangement so that the help we give is going to be adequate to actually get the job done efficiently and appropriately?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, we are comfortable with the support that we would be giving them. We would have to enter into agreements and there would have to meet and comply with all regulations within the grants available to us. We don't want to hold up any of their progress, but yeah, we are still working with them and we would still have to hold them to that standard. So to answer your question, both, yes, we will work with them, but we're also making sure that the county would be covered in any relationship that we move forward with.
Right, there are some controls that would give the county the ability to make management decisions that where capacity gaps need to be filled.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I make a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. I would make a motion that we pass a resolution accepting subrecipient agreement number 21-ZF3512-2 and subrecipient agreement number 22-ZG1018-6 for the Espanola Pathway Shelter renovation project and granting the county manager signatory authority to sign and execute any and all documents related to these grant awards.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we're moving on to the presentations, and I was going to respectfully suggest that perhaps we do the Transportation Advisory Committee presentation, item 7C first. We do have representation from the TAC here, and as they are volunteers, I would want to be respectful of their time if we could.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson also suggested that, so we will start with 7C. So Ben Lopez and committee.
Mr. Chair, the previous item 6H was a resolution.
Yes.
And that resolution number is 2024083.
Glad you're keeping us up with the resolution numbers.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Ben Backwards Lopez. I'm a Senior Transportation Planner in the Growth Management Department, and I'm pleased to be presenting to you on behalf of our Transportation Advisory Committee, or TAC, the results of our work as a committee and staff on the topic of speed cameras and their feasibility in Santa Fe County. As the county manager mentioned, we do have 3 members of our 13-member TAC with us today. Very much appreciate them attending. From your left to your right, we have Mr. Jim Murphy. We have our Vice Chair, Christina Chavarria, and then Mr. Tim O'Malley. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Brett Clavio, the planning manager who provided invaluable assistance to getting this work product finished. The work product is in fact a written report. What I'm going to present to you today are just the highlights of that report. I hope you're able to study that report and return to us with any questions. We are intentionally presenting this as an informational item and not asking for direction as to any particular path, because there's a lot of information in the report. It's also a politically sensitive topic, and we want you as commissioners to be able to take the time you feel you need to study the issue, study the work, the information that the TAC has put together. And at a future time when you're ready, if and when you're ready to provide direction as to a particular path forward with this safety approach, we'll of course be ready to accommodate. I'm going to set the stage by reading from the memorandum that we prepared supporting this item, and then switch to the PowerPoint presentation, the slideshow presentation, which summarizes the report. The report is contained in the packet, but we felt that a slideshow presentation might be a more engaging way to present the information. So, from the memorandum, in the 2024 work plan for the Transportation Advisory Committee, or TAC, approved by resolution number 2024-11, which is included as Exhibit A with the agenda item, the Board of County Commissioners, Board or BCC, asked the TAC to assess the feasibility of automated speed enforcement, also known as ASE, in Santa Fe County by June 30th, 2024. The TAC voted on June 5th, 2024 to accept the findings of its draft automated speed camera feasibility report, or ASE report, included as Exhibit B, and to recommend forwarding the report to the board for the board's review and discussion. And the presentation summarizing the report is included in Exhibit C. Moving on to background, the timeline related to this item. As part of its 2024 work plan approved by BCC, the TAC was tasked with the following. Quote, automated speed enforcement program, aka speed cameras, analyze and make recommendations concerning potential automated speed enforcement program, including pros and cons of such a program, experience of other jurisdictions, and if such a program were to be adopted, criteria to be used in determining location of speed cameras. Close quote. The work plan item gave a tentative due date for the task of June 30th, 2024. And as I mentioned before, the ASE report is included as Exhibit B, and that report fulfills the work plan tasks assigned to TAC. In order to complete the task, the TAC's Transportation Safety Subcommittee, or TSS, and staff chose to establish a speed camera working group comprised of 3 subcommittee members, county staff, and a Santa Fe MPO representative. The working group met 5 times to review the latest available research on automated speed enforcement, examine case studies of ASE use, and address the TAC's other points of analysis regarding ASE. The working group and the subcommittee, the TSS, agreed that a written report would be the best format through which to communicate the working group's findings. An initial draft of the ASE report was reviewed by working group members and revised per their comments. A revised draft was transmitted to the TAC on May 30th, 2024, and the county manager's office received the initial draft on May 29th. The TAC voted at a special meeting on June 5th to accept the draft report's findings and conclusions and to forward the report to the BCC for the BCC's review and discussion. So this time I'd like to shift over to the slideshow presentation and present the highlights of the report. The key findings are also provided in the memo if you want to use that as a point of reference later on. Okay. So next slide, please. Oh, I have the control? Great. There we are. Okay. All right, so just so we're all on the same page, we want to provide an overview, and this is described as well in the report. We describe the definition of ASE, the components of it, and how it works at a basic level. So ASE uses a camera and a speed detection device to detect vehicles speeding over a quote-unquote threshold speed. This is usually 10 or 11 miles per hour over the posted speed limit. I say usually because in many cases, in more sensitive contexts, such as a school zone, a work zone near a park or university, jurisdictions may set the threshold speed as low as 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. The purpose of the camera within the ASE equipment is to record evidence of a violation. If the system records a violation, the equipment will forward evidence electronically for review of the violation by a human being. And there are three key types of ASE equipment that communities across the United States and internationally use. They may be fixed, as in the case of City of Albuquerque, where they affix the ASE equipment somewhat permanently to a street pole. Mobile, which is the approach that City of Rio Rancho uses. They use speed vans, which they can move around the community. And there's a third approach, not used so much in the United States, known as point-to-point. A colleague of ours in the Growth Management Department was recently traveling internationally and saw it used in a large European capital city. As you enter a tunnel, there's one device that detects all vehicles entering the tunnel, a camera that records a license plate, information like that, and then a similar device on the exit to the tunnel. And if you are found by the system to have exceeded, if your average speed through the tunnel, recorded by the first and second device, if your average speed exceeded the posted speed limit, reaches that threshold speed, then that would be a violation. Again, not an approach used in the United States, but a potentially useful one that we thought was bear mentioning. And I'll describe its potential application in a moment. Continuing with the overview of ASE, it's important to think of it as more than just speed cameras. It is really a program in whatever community it's employed. It involves staff, often contractors, software, and so on to support operations of the program. The vast majority of communities, and that should say communities in the United States, use contractors to install and maintain ASE equipment, and in many cases to perform some basic clerical functions to support the program. Law enforcement is almost always involved in the United States. I'll talk about that more in a moment. In many communities, in order to take, because a speed camera can issue a lot of violations in a short period of time, if folks are trying to challenge those violations in court, that can put quite a strain on your municipal court, your traffic court system. So many communities appoint a hearing officer or administrative judge to hear exclusively challenges to violations in order to take the strain off of the regular traffic court system. The typical process for recording, issuing, adjudicating an ASE violation is described in the green box on the right there. So a violation is usually reviewed by, again, a human being. The fine in most communities in the United States is actually technically issued by a law enforcement officer who issues that fine if they're able to, based on the information from the speed camera, from the ASE system, the electronic system, if they're able to confirm that a violation took place, then they will sign off as they would with an in-person traffic ticket. A fine is going to be mailed to the registered owner of a vehicle, typically. If you were not the driver, if the registered owner was not the driver of that vehicle, there's a way to work that all out through that hearing officer process. Fines that are issued by ASE are usually civil, and the amount that can be that is associated with the fine is usually capped by state law. New Mexico, that is the case here in New Mexico as well. Generally, if left unpaid, because they're only civil fines, the fines go to debt collections. There's no more recourse for the jurisdiction to try to follow up on payment of the fine. I'll speak about Albuquerque's program in a little more detail in a moment here. That is how their program worked until this year. When that was the case, their on-time pay rate was 56%. That's not too unheard of among communities across the United States, where the only recourse if a fine left unpaid is to send it to debt collections. I'll describe the key change that occurred related to Albuquerque's program in just a moment. There's going to be a process wherever you look in the United States to adjudicate or challenge a fine. Maybe you were not the driver. Maybe you look at the evidence, and most communities provide a way for you to review the evidence yourself online. You log in, provide the information that's in your ticket, and you can see the actual photo of your vehicle. And if it says maybe, well, it looks like it was actually traveling the speed limit, you can take that, schedule a hearing, go before the hearing officer and challenge the fine. And the last point there, alternatives to payment of a monetary fine often exist. This is the case in Albuquerque, Rio Rancho. They allow for community service in lieu of payment. Communities in Arizona have an option they offer to violators for the violator to attend traffic school instead of paying the fine. So I just described how speed cameras and ASE functions, but does it work? Is it actually effective? And the short answer is yes, but. ASE can be effective at reducing speeding and serious speed-related crashes. It may also remove burdens and safety risks involved with in-person law enforcement stops. The Federal Highway Administration considers ASE a proven safety countermeasure. It's a collection of about 24 approaches to improving roadway safety. Many of them engineering related, but a couple of them have to do with enforcement or education. And ASE is recognized as one of these countermeasures. For it to be recognized as a countermeasure, it needs to be proven. ASE has been recognized by the FHWA in their review of research that's available out there on the impacts of ASE across the various communities that employ it. It's been recognized by the FHWA for reducing roadway fatalities and injuries related to speeding specifically by 20 to 37%. A recent study, meanwhile, by the Minnesota Department of Transportation found that ASE reduced threshold speeding, again, usually 10 or 11 miles per hour and up over the posted speed limit, reduces threshold speeding 60 to 82%. In our review of the research, there's really no question that in these cases, ASE is effective. However, there are some limitations to the use of ASE as a safety tool, including it's basically effective at addressing speed-related issues, safety issues only. Maybe in your community, speed may be a factor in a lot of the crashes, that serious crashes especially, but maybe there are other things you need to address first. So it takes a systematic analysis of the crashes in your community and the roadway safety issues in your community to understand what's really going on before you employ ASE as a safety tool. I'll talk about that analysis in a little bit. ASE is effective in the immediate vicinity of a speed camera as well. And that relates to the last point there. Researchers have found that a quote-unquote kangaroo effect exists in which drivers, especially if they become used to where a speed camera is located, they'll approach the speed camera, slow down, pass it at the posted speed limit. They don't trigger a violation, but then they speed up and they can go as fast as they want after that. It doesn't necessarily address your speeding issues if you have that kangaroo effect occurring in a widespread basis. One countermeasure to that kangaroo effect is that point-to-point approach to ASE, which I described earlier. We measure the average speed over a longer distance, forces folks to actually slow down over an extended distance. Meanwhile, Montgomery County, Virginia, has recently employed a what they hope is a workaround. They noted the kangaroo effect after they rolled out their ASE system in the last few years. In Virginia and in many states, jurisdictions are required to place signage in advance of a speed camera, notifying drivers that automated speed enforcement is taking place. That's meant to counter criticisms that speed cameras are just kind of a gotcha thing meant to just generate revenue. And you can usually see when a police officer is parked in their car monitoring traffic, a speed camera is harder to see. So many states require signage to be posted relatively closely right up near a speed camera. Montgomery County kind of found a loophole in that requirement, which is in effect in Virginia. They identify, instead of specific speed camera locations, they identify broader speed enforcement corridors. So they still notify drivers that automated speed enforcement is taking place, but rather than just at a specific location right after that sign, it might be several thousand feet, several hundred feet, several thousand feet beyond the sign in a speed enforcement corridor. So folks who might, have the pedal to the metal, have a harder time telling exactly where the speed camera is, and that can help reduce the kangaroo effect. Across the United States, ASE use is increasing. We have a graph there on the right from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, tracking the number of communities across the country using ASE. It was first used in the US in 1986 in Texas. That program lasted about a year and a half, faced a lot of criticism and didn't last very long. But the longest running program in the country is just about as long, just about as old. It's been in operation in Paradise Valley, Arizona, just outside of Phoenix, since 1987. ASE is authorized by state law in at least 10 states, often only for specific contexts like school or work zones. Montgomery County, which I just mentioned, because it is a larger community outside of suburban, it's in suburban Washington, D.C., has a little bit of a carve out in state law because it has more serious road safety issues. They have a carve out in state law allowing them to use ASE a little more broadly, whereas most other communities in Virginia only can use it in school or work zones. As I mentioned, it's used in a growing number of communities. That latest uptick since 2018 is a result, we believe, of Virginia and Georgia authorizing that year the use of ASE in school and work zones. ASE is explicitly prohibited in 9 states, and there's at least one state, the state of Iowa, where the state law says nothing about ASE, but is actually used in a pretty widespread manner across the state. Let's zoom into New Mexico now. ASE has been used in Rio Rancho since 2011 and Albuquerque since 2022, although they had an earlier program as well. The city of Santa Fe operated a program between 2009 and 2013. All of these communities I just mentioned employed their programs under state law, specifically NMSA Section 3-1817, which authorizes municipalities to identify and penalize nuisances. And it actually has details specifically about identifying speeding as a nuisance. We know for a fact that Albuquerque's program has been successful at reducing speeding based on early results from their relatively new program. We didn't have the results from Rio Rancho, but the program's been around for a while. Both of those programs that exist in the state, they pay for themselves, and not only that, they actually generate excess revenue. Under state law, they're only allowed to use that for safety measures or to help fund law enforcement. Albuquerque helps pay for its Vision Zero program with excess revenue from its ASC program. Rio Rancho pays for additional vehicles for its police department. Use on state roads is currently banned, has been for a little over a decade by the State Transportation Commission, but that was recently relaxed in Albuquerque. NMDOT signed a memorandum of understanding with the city of Albuquerque, allowing the city to place ASC equipment on state roads within the Albuquerque city limits. So it just provided a overview, and the report does as well, of ASC in general, although with a U.S. focus, but we talk about its effectiveness, the different approaches to it across the country. But we do provide this very basic boil down of what we believe the key pros and cons are as they relate to Santa Fe County, if the county were to move forward with ASC. The pros on the left: it is effective at reducing speeding and serious and fatal crashes related to speeding at specific locations on a roadway network. ASC can also generate revenue that can fund operation of a program and fund road safety programs. It also can remove the burden or safety risk associated from in-person law enforcement of traffic laws. On the con side, it can definitely be a controversial approach, especially if key ASC program decisions are not stakeholder vetted or data driven. And then ASC is likely going to require additional dedicated staff to operate a program. I mentioned many communities employ a hearing officer. They're likely going to employ a few other people in the clerk's office, maybe in the police department or sheriff's office. And I say on the pro side there that the programs generate revenue, usually plenty of revenue to pay for things, but if your community is facing issues filling positions regardless of availability of funding, then ASC could exacerbate that a little bit. The last con on the right, I'll address in more detail in a moment. When we completed the report, presented it to the Transportation Advisory Committee, we were unclear as to whether the county, not being a municipality, state law says specifically that municipalities under that statute can regulate nuisances and operate ASC programs. We're unclear as to whether the county could operate an ASC program under state law. It didn't mean that the county couldn't do it, but we thought that maybe it would have to go elsewhere under state law to find the authorization. But I'll speak about a clarification we were able to get last week in just a moment. A key caveat that we wanted to highlight for you is that, like any other transportation safety approach, ASC should be implemented as part of a broader transportation safety strategy that addresses engineering, enforcement, education, and emergency services approaches. You may have heard of the 3 E's or the 4 E's related to transportation safety. Those are them. County planning staff, county public works staff, I think we do a good job of addressing safety issues as they come up on the roadway network, but there may be room to improve in terms of establishing and implementing a transportation safety study, and then understanding where ASC might fit into that. The task that was given to the TAC by the BCC and the work plan specifically asked for criteria for locating speed cameras. And we're not going to provide you a list of potential sites just yet. And the reason for that is because of the following. ASC siting should be informed by road safety data. Federal guidance, other national guidance really drills that down, emphasizes that road safety data that identifies concentrations of road safety issues, especially locations of serious crashes associated with speeding. So we've identified in our report basically a broad two-step approach to evaluating potential locations for ASC in Santa Fe County. The first would be a systemic safety evaluation, that terminology taken from federal guidance. In this case, though, we would use NMDOT crash data, which is available to any community in the state. It compiles every reported crash, every crash reported to law enforcement going back many years. That can help you identify those concentrations of road safety issues. And in that data, there's included the contributing factors, what the police officer, sheriff, deputy responding to the crash believed based on their interviews, observations of a crash scene, what they felt the contributing factors to the crash were. That is all included in that crash data. So you can get, once you have that collection of data, understand the dispersion of it across the road safety network, where are the greatest issues happening, and where are the greatest issues happening related to severe injury and speeding. Once you have an initial list of possible ASE locations identified, other criteria can be considered as part of that first step. You might want to consider adjacent land uses. That could mean identifying where school zones are located, other sensitive adjacent land uses like parks, where there's a lot of gathering of pedestrians, bicyclists, those vulnerable road users. You might want to drill down into that crash data and understand where are the crashes happening related to speeding that are serious and that have to do with bicyclists or pedestrians. You also want to understand at a high level the availability of infrastructure. A lot of ASE systems, and as far as we could tell in our research, most ASE systems are going to require a fixed power source that can't run off of solar power, and they're going to need, if not a internet fiber line, then a good data signal in order to transmit information. If you know for a fact along this corridor you've got some safety issues, but the infrastructure is not there to support the equipment, then it probably needs to be taken off your candidate list for speed cameras. The second step would be site evaluation. So that would be an engineering speed study. You think you have the issues based on maybe a heat map of crashes, of speed-related crashes even, but you ought to go out there and really confirm that a speed issue is actually taking place. There isn't some bug in your data. And then you also want to conduct field observations. Is it a good place to put a camera? Maybe there's a lot of vegetation growing over folks' fences. It's technically on their private property. It's going to get in the way of your camera if you place it there. Maybe you look at a different location down the road. I want to emphasize that staff and our Transportation Safety Subcommittee, we are undertaking step one already, not necessarily because of this task, but just because we want to have a better handle on a regular basis of where transportation safety issues are taking place throughout the county. So we have acquired crash data from the NMDOT, and it's going to take a little bit of time to analyze it, but we hope to be able to produce an understanding of potential initial ASE locations within probably the next 6 months. So let me summarize our key findings. First, ASE can be effective at reducing speeding and speed-related crashes. ASE programs across the United States share many common characteristics, often determined by state law. The point we want to emphasize there is that there's no need to reinvent the wheel. This has been done in many communities, many states across the country. Communities in New Mexico employ ASE under state regulations, state statutes, allowing municipalities to regulate nuisances. We note that Santa Fe County is not a municipality there, but I'll address that in a moment. Planning and implementation of ASE should be done carefully, using data-driven approaches and in-depth stakeholder and public engagement. Otherwise, the program purpose, which should be addressing speeding issues and speeding-related safety issues, that purpose is likely to be misunderstood, and the program is likely to be seen as unfair and/or a cash grab. And the key point, if you remember nothing else from this presentation, is we want to emphasize this last point. Whether ASE is an advisable safety approach for Santa Fe County, at this time it requires additional evaluation for the following reasons. A data-driven systematic understanding of the county's road safety issues does not yet exist, although it is underway. Key issues relevant to rural communities need more research. Santa Fe County is largely rural. We assume that there would be some safety hotspots related to speeding in the more rural areas of the county. However, the case studies that are out there about ASE, they're almost always in urban, suburban. A few communities that are more rural, it's being used in their more built-up areas. So if we find that we want to address a safety issue in a truly rural part of the county, we want to understand how ASC works in a rural area a little better. One possible issue was brought up by a member of Public Works who was on our working group for this task. He said crews are constantly out throughout the county replacing regulatory signs, stop signs, speed limit signs that are being used for target practice. If we find that we are constantly having to replace ASC equipment because it is being used as target practice, being vandalized, although ASC programs tend to pay for themselves, maybe it won't balance out in a place like Santa Fe County. So with that lack of case studies for rural communities, we want to be careful and study the issue a little more in depth. And then finally, this is very much emphasized again by national guidance on this topic. Stakeholders need to be identified and convened to design an ASC program. This has been reviewed and discussed extensively by our Transportation Advisory Committee. We're all very transportation-focused people, though. We had in our working group from staff, we had planning and public works representation. This stakeholder group that designs an ASV program needs to be broader. It needs to involve community groups. It needs to involve folks familiar with how to properly message a program like this. Law enforcement needs to be involved. A broad stakeholder group engaged in an in-depth way needs to be involved from the get-go in the design of an ASC program. So, given those key findings and given the caveat I just reviewed, our report recommends the following next steps in order to evaluate ASC in Santa Fe County. First is a systematic safety analysis of the county's roadways. Again, that is underway. Second is a legal review to understand the county's ability to operate an ASC program under state law. That has been clarified since this was written, but the legal review should also look at other potential legal issues related to the program, related to that specific community. Third is the organization of an advisory committee that I was just describing, of stakeholders to further investigate ASC feasibility in Santa Fe County. And then last, but definitely not least, is a pilot program lasting at least 1 year. So you can take a before and after snapshot of speeding issues where you employ ASC. 1 year minimum is recommended for those kinds of before and after evaluations related to traffic and to speeding. And that pilot program will help the county understand those open questions related to employing this type of approach in a rural context. After reviewing and discussing the draft ASC report, the TAC wanted to convey these additional key points to the BCC in order to complement the report. These are all things touched on by the report, just things the TAC wanted to really highlight for the board. The first is to anticipate controversy. Although it has proven safety benefits, ASC is controversial. The TAC advises that this should be expected in Santa Fe County. If the BCC and the county choose to move forward with the ASC, it should be careful to prove the case for the approach with quality safety data analysis and with quality stakeholder engagement. And then later, if and when a program is up and running, the county should provide competent public messaging about the program's purpose, which should be enhanced road safety, and the program's design. The next point the TAC wanted to convey is that an immediate next step should be stakeholder involvement if the county wishes to move forward with this approach. The TAC recommends stakeholder engagement with an aim of further evaluating ASC as an immediate next step in this process. Stakeholders may include members of the TAC and staff and others who have already been involved in investigating this topic, but it should be augmented by additional representatives, including law enforcement representatives, communication experts, community groups, and whoever else the county deems important to that conversation. And finally, engage with the city of Santa Fe. The county should engage with the city to further understand lessons learned about the city's ASC program and to explore opportunities to cooperate on safety strategies. We don't have to look very far for a community that has employed ASC and that is right here in the city of Santa Fe. Okay. Regarding that question of state statute and whether the county could operate an ASE program under state statute, if you're reading through the actual written report, we leave it as an open question because the report has not been changed since the TAC reviewed it earlier this month. But we were able to clarify, working with our colleagues in other county departments and divisions, we were able to get a clarification last week regarding this issue. So again, the authority for any community to operate an ASE program comes from 31817 of the New Mexico state statutes. Although the county is not a municipality, since section 437.1 of the state statutes grants counties the same powers that are granted to municipalities, the county should have the power to operate an ASE program under the same program or the same statute that Albuquerque Rio Rancho, previously the city of Santa Fe, operated their ASE programs. And with that, we'll stand for the questions.
Any questions, Commissioner Bustamante? Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Whatever. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. I love transportation issues, and I could tell that you care about that also. So thank you for the presentation. I've never met you before, so welcome to Santa Fe County. So we do have, issues and problems throughout the county with speeding. In our traditional historic villages, Agua Fria, Galisteo, I'm sure I'll let Commissioner Bustamante speak to La Cienega and other places, and even in the north, it is a problem. But the bigger problem is the noise. And the people are really unhappy with the noise that's going up and down the roadways, Cerrillos, or out in the country, so can these cameras actually help with that? Can they record the sound of the noise on these vehicles that are speeding?
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair and Commissioner, in our research, the issue of noise did not come up. However, there is a separate technology, the noise cameras, that can do just that. I don't know if there's a type of technology that can both detect speed violations and noise violations that could get you some sort of cost savings by employing just one type of equipment. But noise cameras do exist. They work in a similar fashion to speed cameras, and they can automatically issue a violation if a noise level is exceeded.
So I think this point-to-point idea of a speed camera, it would be functional in Agua Fria Village, because we have a point-to-point, so to speak, area where we know people are speeding, or on West Alameda, which is also, not going into the city. We don't want to go into the city. We would hope that they would be doing this again. Thank you, Mayor Koss, for using speed cameras at some point. But, also, I know Commissioner Bustamante, District Galisteo, they're really unhappy. So that could be a point-to-point. These smaller districts, the smaller areas around the county. I don't expect us to put a speed camera out in the middle of, some highway, but when you're coming to a small town, village, those are the people who are being impacted. Anyhow, I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you. It was very professional, very well done. And I thank the committee for working on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante?
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner, for noting Galisteo. I have a little brother who couldn't wait for the next Star Wars movie to come out, no matter how many had already been out, and then it turned into Harry Potter, even though he was an adult. You can't wait for the next one to come out. And the town of the village of Galisteo couldn't wait for this report. And I am so grateful for your work. It will be reviewed tightly. They have had some construction that has widened the road and actually created an opportunity for what I'll call a byway. It's just fast. So I just want to thank you for the work. And I will be passing on the presentation and the report to the community. To say they're very interested is an understatement. And I don't know if it would be necessary or not, or if anyone would be available for any questions, but I do want to thank all of you who participated in doing this good work. It is thorough, it is very professional, it gives the pros and the cons very well, and it's worth having a good discussion with a community group who's absolutely ready and interested. And when we talk about the point-to-point, specifically in that Galisteo area, it is right through the village that they've been talking about. For the entertainment value, they have literally, I mean, for us, for them it's a serious issue, they literally stand out on their roadway with blow dryers, pretending like they're monitoring speed. I mean, it's funny, but they do it. So instead of having to take a collection of old blow dryers, this report's going to exist, and we'll actually be able to see what can happen to support the community there. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Green.
Thank you very much. And to Commissioner Bustamante's point, I once actually bought a radar gun for measuring like pitch, baseball pitchers, and stood out on Artist Road to track people and do my own little scientific survey of how many people were doing that. So if there are people in Galisteo would like to borrow mine, I'd be happy to lend it to them. It's been sitting on a shelf doing nothing for many years. So two issues on this. You mentioned about the payback. What are the startup costs for this? So for instance, I mean, it might pay back over a certain amount of time, but if you're talking about a pilot project, is that going to be a pilot project as a sunk cost, or is that actually going to start to pay back? Do we have those sort of expectations? Did you get that deep into the numbers?
Chair, Commissioner, not quite. That is definitely an item we would want a stakeholder group to take an additional look at. It takes combing through, municipal budgets to understand that a little bit, and we didn't quite get that to that level of detail. I can say there are different models that contractors, vendors that provide ASC systems offer different communities. They may install the equipment for free and just ask to be paid back by the revenues of the program with no upfront capital cost to the community. Other communities, they do make an expenditure up front for the initial equipment, but it begins to pay for itself after that. Regarding the issue of pilot programs, that needs additional research. A few communities in Georgia, and this isn't detailed in the report, and that's just because it was a little hard to get, hard facts on it, but it appeared a few communities out there had tried a pilot approach, and that they had been able to find a vendor that was willing to assume some of the cost of operating the program. So the community wasn't putting taxpayer money up for the full operation of the pilot program, and then having that be a potential, sunk cost, as you said. But we would need to look a little bit more at which vendors offer that, how much that would cost for the county, and whether that's a good approach.
Great. Thanks. And last question that goes to the vendor question. I remember back in the controversial days of a decade ago, maybe not here, but maybe I think that was the reason why Albuquerque abandoned their first one, is the vendor they chose was accused of collecting kickbacks. And there was a bunch of controversy with some of these companies that were either, really not adjudicating properly, not providing enough information for culprits to fight their tickets. They were making it less than easy to contest the citations, and a variety of sort of lack of transparency issues and kickbacks. Has that all gone away, or is that still an accusation that many companies are fraught with?
Chair, Commissioner, not in our research. It seems to be a maybe an older issue. A lot of what I described about programs, there being a police officer reviewing the ticket before it's actually issued, the whole hearing officer setup, the ability for folks to do community service instead of paying a monetary fine because they don't want to or can't. Those are recognized as sort of best practices now. And I think the report lays those out as such, and that's something we would want to look for in a potential vendor. But each of those components has really come out of a lot of complaints from constituents and communities that have employed this technology, and those approaches are now recognized as best practice because they address those some of those key concerns around fairness and transparency and so on.
Is there a set of best practices that starts with first one's free, a warning, whatever, you get a citation, it says, look, we busted you, here's a warning, be on your best behavior for 30 days or 90 days or 6 months, and if you don't, we're going to, double your fine or whatever, and if you get cited a second time. Is there a way to sort of give that warning? Is there that regime that and set of protocols for allowing, when we roll this out as a pilot program, that for the first year, everybody gets one warning, and then, as long as there aren't, I'm just wondering if there's some best practices out there to sort of modify behavior, let people know that this is coming down the pike, and if they do it twice, they're in trouble, but if they do it once, they, might just get a warning, and hopefully that corrects their behavior.
Okay. Chair and Commissioner, there are a number of different approaches to that we came across in our research. There is at least one state, I'm forgetting which one, they require that type of setup. So when a new jurisdiction is employing ASE for the first time, there is that type of grace period or warning period. The community under state statute cannot charge a fine. It needs to provide only the warning. I believe some communities in Colorado as well. There's a community on the way between Denver and Red Rocks, major speeding hotspot, recently installed ASE, and they employed a pilot program that only issued warnings for a little while. There are generally, state law restricts the amount that can be charged for a fine based on, it's a pretty flat charge fine amount. It can go up under certain circumstances if the violation takes place in a school zone, some sensitive context like that. Generally, we did not find a kind of graduated approach where after your third, fourth offense, your fine amount is ballooning. One exception to that would be the state of Oregon, where it's important to note that they do not treat ASE violations issued by an ASE system as different than an in-person violation. In other words, it's a criminal offense, and your fine amount, if it is egregious enough, you're speeding, if it is your third or fourth offense, it can be quite expensive. But that's because that state treats ASE violations as a regular in-person issued traffic offense.
So an in-person traffic offense is considered a criminal offense, and these are civil, so they're actually separate. They're a different type of, so these don't go on your record. You wouldn't get points on your, and they don't go, I operate a delivery company. I do driver's license checks on all my drivers every 6 months. And I see whether people get a ticket, speeding, you name it. So this wouldn't show up on people's records. This would just be a civil fine to just keep them. Okay, interesting. Ben, thank you very much, and welcome to Santa Fe County. I actually really appreciate this. It's an interesting concept, and it was a great amount of research that you did. So thank you to you and the TAC subcommittee for looking at this for us.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thanks very much for all the work, but I don't have a feel for the details of the nature of the speeding problem in Santa Fe County. So I haven't seen any information on what the real numbers are, where speeding seems to be the biggest problem. I feel like we would need that to know how this program, is this intended, is the concept to make this a targeted program for areas, for instance, like Commissioner Bustamante has identified that in her familiarity with her district is already considered a problem. So, and I think it's an important question because one of the recommendations is to do a pilot study. Why are we piloting something that we haven't really defined what the program should be?
Chair, Commissioner, allow me to go back to our list of recommended next steps. The first one is a systematic safety analysis of the county's roadways. The other items, 2, 3, and 4 there, those next steps are effectively meaningless if you don't complete that systematic safety analysis.
That's part of my point. And so this is rolling forward, and there's already some fairly strong recommendation for it. And we haven't done the analysis of why or how we could use it specifically here. And I think that's a little bit of putting the cart before the horse. So I really think it is important to do that before we take next steps, just to start thinking about how else to tailor this program. The other thing is, I think the concerns that the example from Albuquerque that Commissioner Green brought up, that was really recent. And I think it's naive to think that doesn't happen. So I will eventually have a lot of questions on how this sort of thing would be implemented with contractors and bringing that in, because I think that is a serious question. And it is way easier, and I think it's one of the things that have made this kind of program controversial. It's way easier to bring in a contractor who has all the equipment and will take their payment out of revenues from giving out lots of tickets than it is to get county staff, law enforcement staff, hearing officer staff. We're already running like really low on personnel in the sheriff's office, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really easy to implement without the pieces that actually put the controls on it. I really don't want to see that happen. And the other thing that it would be really nice to have some data on is who actually ends up paying most of these fines. I mean, I think a lot of communities think that it's people from the outside who are speeding through their communities. I don't know if this kind of data, you're the expert, I don't know if these kind of data exist, but like right offhand, you would think cameras set up someplace would be pretty agnostic, right? They're not profiling the people driving the vehicles. On the other hand, I'd like to see the data on whether it's, we're putting these in communities that potentially have speeding problems, assuming that first study is actually done. And a lot of New Mexico is a really poor state. And who are we putting this burden on? Not that it's not important to have safety, but there are considerations for how that safety is implemented. And part of my question about the speeding problem and its relative contribution to what the biggest safety questions are, what they are currently teaching in traffic school that they do as alternatives is 1 out of 8 to 10 people you see on the road drive down I-25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, oh, that person's impaired. Alcohol. One of the biggest problems in New Mexico. we're the worst state for drunk drivers, you know, good for us. Nobody's recommending putting, what are they called? Ignition interlocks on every car as a recommendation. It would probably solve the biggest driving, you know, safety problem in the state. So it's really important to characterize the level of the problem. So I'd really like to see that data in the next go-round of this. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, if I may follow up with that, just one thing. There was a measure at the legislature either 2 years ago to actually put interlocks in every vehicle in New Mexico, right? I mean, could you imagine? So just the burden and cost.
And why does that sound ridiculous to you?
A burden, cost, unnecessary. It voids warranties on a lot of cars. It does a lot of potential damage to vehicles.
So a problem that might be the biggest problem with the technological solution, but sociologically that solution is unacceptable. So it's okay to trade traffic lives for certain sociological reasons. That's why I think it's important to characterize this problem appropriately.
Well, I like the speed cameras. I remember when they were in the city of Santa Fe, and they kept me from speeding on 3 different roads. So, and everybody else too. And I know in District 5 that we could use speed cameras on 285 and on Route 14. I don't know if we're allowed to put them on state roads, but I come in on 285 every day. I set my speed control, on my thing to 45, which is the speed limit, and everybody whizzes by me. Zoom, 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 zoom. And so I'm sure that, I'm not sure that those will be the most dangerous places in the county, but I'm sure there will be some. So thank you for bringing that forward, and we look forward to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, I suggest we take a break, or would you like to take an executive session, or just a quick break and then come back for the other 2 hearings, presentations?
I believe, Mr. Chair, that executive session will be, short, so I think it could coincide with a break, but again, it's at the pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think we should finish these 2 presentations, or at least one of them.
Yeah, right. So let's take a really quick break and do the presentations, and we'll get another break with an executive session.
All right, and we'll take. Okay, I'm not leaving.
I just got to run to the bathroom. in session 7A, presentation on fiscal 2025 capital budget. Manager Schaefer, Leandro Cordova, and Yvonne Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm actually going to skip ahead just to put this presentation in context. We're providing a lot of information to you this evening, as well as providing a lot of additional information for your review and preparation for upcoming meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. So to put things in context, we have our first public meeting on the ICIP this evening. It's the last item on the agenda today. We have a capital projects budget study session scheduled for this Friday, June 28th, 2024, and another meeting scheduled on July 2nd, 2024, if needed. And then finally, our intent is to have the board conduct the second public hearing on the ICIP and approve of the capital projects and final budget for the county on July 9th, 2024. Looking further ahead, the due date for a resolution calling for a general obligation bond election would need to be adopted and provided to the county clerk in August of 2024. So again, that's just to put things in context. So we are going to be providing a lot of information this evening. Obviously, questions are welcome, but our goal was to provide you with this information so that you could reflect on it and have the most productive meeting on Friday possible. And in the meantime, I'm available, as is Leandro Cordova, Elias, and Brian Snyder. Anybody you need additional information on in terms of the information provided in this packet material. Okay. So the general goals of our meeting or this presentation today is to review resources, spend just a few seconds talking about the pros and cons of self-funding versus borrowing for capital projects, specifically as it relates to revenue bonds versus self-funding. Review some high-level recommendations concerning funding gaps on currently funded projects and proposed new projects. But again, given the hour and the time, I'll point you to that information and allow you to look at it between now and Friday. And then finally, discuss some potential bond questions that the board may want to consider proposing to the voters as part of the general election in November. So, significant source of capital resources for the county. They include the county's own resources, general obligation and revenue bonds, capital outlay, gross receipts tax, hold harmless gross receipts tax, county fire protection excise tax and fire operations fund, behavioral health funds, and to a lesser extent, the county general fund. With regard to some of those revenue sources that are listed to include the Fire Operations Fund as well as behavioral health funds, those can be used to support both operations as well as capital projects. State appropriations through our legislative capital outlay process is another source, as are federal and state grants and congressionally directed spending and community project funding requests, which, as you heard from Mr. Barella earlier today, has helped significantly as we worked to improve the state of our community, public housing communities. Just stating the obvious, but nonetheless a useful reminder that general obligation bonds require voter approval. They're repaid using property tax that are levied specifically for debt service. Those bonds are backed by the full faith and credit of the county, so that means the property tax levy is, in theory, unlimited in amount. It will go to whatever level is necessary to repay the bonds. There are limiting purposes in the state constitution as to which general obligation bonds can be sold. It provides additional source of capital funding that does not consume recurring revenue, since again this property tax is levied specifically to repay the general obligation debt. The county has historically structured the sale and the actual repayment terms and maturation of its general obligation bond debt, so that the debt service is pretty stable. It moves somewhat from year to year, but not materially in any sense. So again, while the voters approve the issuance of bonds, the way we go about selling those bonds and structuring the debt service is so that that property tax levy more or less stays flat year over year. And looking forward to the bonding capacity of the county for general obligation bond debt, again, those numbers would allow us to continue with that practice. Revenue bonds, in contrast, are repayable solely from pledged revenue, and that debt does consume recurring revenue from gross receipts tax and other resources that are available for the county to again utilize for capital and other sources. So when you think about funding needed capital, you can either save up the money over years so that you're able to self-fund the capital without incurring debt, or you can issue revenue bonds to pay for debt, or you can do a combination of the two. There are pros and cons to either approach. If you go the route of self-funding, so you're setting aside money in order to meet necessary capital repairs, that means that you get the investment income while the funds accumulate. You don't have to pay interest on the money because you're not borrowing it. It also preserves your bond capacity for extraordinary capital events that you might not anticipate and want to fund. It doesn't constrain future policymakers with regard to choices as to capital, and it provides you with some flexibility with regard to recurring revenue, because again, you're not pledging it for debt service. Once that revenue is pledged for debt service, then that becomes the primary use of it that has to be accomplished before anything else occurs with the funds. Some disadvantages of self-funding: you may take too long to accumulate adequate funding to meet a capital project, depending upon its size. There's some equity concerns in terms of paying for long-term assets. If you self-fund, then the current generation, if you will, is paying for an asset that will benefit multiple generations, whereas debt, stretches that out over multiple years. And then again, if you're accumulating resources at too slow of a pace, you have the risk of construction inflation risk. So some primary sources, recurring sources of capital revenue include the capital outlay gross receipts tax. These are the forward-looking estimates of what we can anticipate in future years. This is net of debt service. So again, we do have outstanding bonds, the repayment of which the repayment of which is dependent in part on capital outlay gross receipts tax. So these estimates, again, are net of anticipated debt service. We also have pledged hold harmless gross receipts tax, both for debt, but also it is utilized for capital and primarily maintenance expenses of county assets. We recommended this year and would recommend going forward that it be a principal source of recurring revenue in order to support road fund maintenance activities, as that is one of our single biggest assets countywide, and requires recurring maintenance in order to maintain adequate levels of service. So again, the hold harmless figures are net of debt service, and what we assume will be a $4 million recurring allocation to the road fund. Looking at potential bonding capacity and options, the county does have, well, I'll take a step back. The county has typically had voters consider general obligation bond questions as part of general elections, so even number years in November. We could approach those bond questions either on a 2-year or 4-year cycle, meaning you could go to the voters and ask for approval of all of the debt capacity that you can issue over a 4-year period, or you can go to the voters every 2 years. My understanding is historically the county went to the voters every 4 years during the pandemic, and thereafter we started to go to the voters every 2 years. That's a policy decision for the board, but if you look at what our capacity is anticipated to be on the general obligation bond front over the next 4 years, it's $52 to $54 million. And so, again, you could go to the voters in November and ask them to authorize all of that, or you could go to the voters in November and ask them to authorize a portion of that with the expectation that you could ask for additional authorization in 2 years in 2026. In addition, the county has revenue bonding capacity with regard to the capital outlay gross receipts tax revenue, using an additional $2.2 million in annual revenue that would support $21.5 million in principal amount of revenue bonds. And then in addition, we will have capacity that will be coming online relative to the adult detention facility. The original bonds for the construction of the county jail, believe it or not, don't mature until February 1st, 2027. So I think the debt that was issued was about 30 years in duration with no callable features, which is why it's still outstanding. But in any event, those bonds will mature in February of 2027. We'll likely have adequate cash reserves to pay off those bonds sooner than that. But if we just used the existing amounts that support the debt service on the outstanding bonds of $2.6 million, that would support approximately $32 million for a substantial expansion and renovation of the adult detention facility, which has not been done, to the best of my knowledge, since the facility was built, other than, internal Wi-Fi, what have you. But that money is being eyed to expand our medical offerings at the jail, with a particular emphasis on making the jail more suitable for increasing the array of services that are provided to those inmates who suffer from substance abuse disorder. So that's a significant anticipated cost relative to jail operations. And if you forgive me for 1 second, I want to pull something up, but I think there's a question.
Mr. Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, because it's specifically on this. It's interesting. So the bullet on the correctional facility, how does that affect the principle for with respect to GO bonds that we've tried to operate where we're keeping a flat, more or less flat level of debt service, so as you retire some debt, we can take on more debt. How does this bonding capability impact our debt service?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, if I understood the question, it's, does revenue bond capacity or revenue bonds limit our ability to issue general obligation bond debt? And the answer is no. The test for the general obligation bond debt, as you all know, I'm just a recovering lawyer at this point, so I forget what it is, but it's based upon our overall property valuation. And so the test is your outstanding debt versus your property valuation. That determines how much you can issue in terms of general obligation bond debt, even if the voters approve it. The revenue bonds, they're really based upon your revenue, and they're looking at, again, how much revenue you have, what coverage ratios you have to include in your bond documents. In other words, if your bond payments are $2.2 million, the bondholders may want to see that you're going to have at least double or triple that in revenue coming in because they want security that they're going to be repaid. So that's looking at the revenue stream, and then interest rates factor into that as well, as well as whether the bonds are issued on a parity or non-parity basis, meaning on the same level as each other. So the short answer is the tests are different, and they don't. The revenue bonds don't impact the general obligation bond capacity. I hope I understood and answered your question.
Pretty much. There are probably other implications that I'll have questions on later because I think they'll come out later, but that was the big part of it. Thanks. In addition, the county could issue revenue bonds using county gross receipts tax revenue. And again, assuming that they're issued on a parity basis and in a way as to maintain our current bond ratings, that's an additional $36.2 million in revenue bonding capacity. It's not something we really highlighted here because the county gross receipts tax is general fund money, and because of our increased emphasis on recurring expenditures as well as needs to grow potentially in the fire department, the sheriff's office, what have you, we would not lightly recommend that we bond against general fund revenue because that directly supports operations. But I did want to note it to be complete relative to potential bonding capacity. So in addition, we have a variety of sources of non-recurring resources in the sense that these are accumulated, uncommitted fund balances. In the capital outlay gross receipts tax, that currently stands at $13.9 million. In the hold harmless gross receipts tax, that stands at $5 million. And then we have a variety of different funds that relate to indigent health care as well as behavioral health care. The plan for the lion's share of that will be discussed in the next presentation by our Community Services Department, but those funds total $18.9 million. In addition, those funds could be used to support some operational expenses in the behavioral health and indigent care space. As the board is aware, we are working through the Building Bridges initiative and otherwise to plan for an expansion of our substance use disorder treatment services in the county jail. We do anticipate that that expansion will come at a significant increase to our operating expenses, and these funds would be a source of potential resources to fund that in the initial years as we look to diversify our revenue streams.
Same comment relates to the opioid settlement funds. As I said, that could be a source of revenue to support our increased substance abuse disorder in the adult detention facility. And then we have the Fire Operations Fund, Corrections Operations Fund, the Lodgers Tax Facility Fund, and the Fire Excise Tax Fund. Focusing on the fire funds in particular, the fire department is working with the district chiefs and otherwise to come up with a more forward-looking asset management plan to plan for the acquisition and retirement of significant apparatus. So while those are big numbers, the apparatus is quite expensive, and that would be a primary source of funding to help support that asset plan going forward, as well as other initiatives in the fire space. So briefly touch upon the capital budget development process. Ideas come from a variety of sources, including obviously county commissioners, other elected officials, county staff, the community, and in some instances legislators. We do have a process that is spelled out by resolution in terms of how capital projects are scoped and then ranked. I want to spend a few minutes just talking about what are known potential needs with unknown amounts, which feeds into some of the high-level recommendations relative to how we approach this planning cycle. With regard to the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System, as the board knows from a recent presentation from the Bureau of Reclamation, they are looking at re-indexing or thinking about how to re-index the cost of the project, which would drive up the county's share of the current project as built. We are planning ahead for the interconnect between the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System and the Santa Fe Basin Regional Water System. That project alone is estimated to cost several $1 million. We have potential deferred distribution lines, which we control the timing of relative to that system, but that too is a deferred future expense relative to being able to serve the community. The Buckman Direct Diversion, major repairs and replacements. I don't think that we know what the final cost will be for the big fix relative to Buckman Direct Diversion and whether resources that were obtained pursuant to settlements will be adequate to fund that. Obviously, that's the county's primary source of potable water as it stands now, and so we need to be prepared to meet whatever cost may ultimately be the county's responsibility relative to the BDD. We don't know what the current estimates are, but assuming that the board wants to continue with the San Juan Chama project return flow pipeline, we have been notified by the city that prices will be higher than what were anticipated at the time that the city and the county entered into the cost-sharing agreement. We do have the ability to reduce the amount of water that would be available to the county through that project in light of those increased costs, but assuming that the county wants to maintain that source of renewable water, then we would have to anticipate and plan for the fact that additional resources will be needed for that project. I talked already about the adult detention facility and forward-looking planning for both the expansion and the remodel of that facility, as well as the operational cost of expanded surface for substance abuse disorder clients. Always thinking forward in terms of water and wastewater infrastructure expansion. There are planning that is underway now with regard to the La Cienega and La Cienega area. Undoubtedly, the results of that planning will be to recommend various water and or wastewater plans. We also can anticipate that we will be contacted by existing community water or wastewater service providers, mutual domestics, and the like that are experiencing severe water quality or quantity issues for county support of their infrastructure, their water and wastewater service needs. The El Dorado Area and Water Sanitation District is one such entity that the county recently entered into an arrangement to support, and through that association, the Canyoncito Del Apache system as well. So again, we can anticipate those needs being regular moving forward as communities address water quality and scarcity issues. And then finally, we can anticipate transportation safety upgrades on existing county roads as well. So as you look through some of the attachments, we are recommending that we add funds to some funded projects where we anticipate a shortfall in that we're going to move those projects to construction contract in a reasonable period of time, or that are tied to contractual commitments, or that allow for existing projects to be developed more fully for future funding request or grant request or request for capital resources from the board. There are some select group of new projects that are recommended. The biggest one of those is a youth services facility to address the crisis in our youth related to mental and behavioral health. Projects that further multimodal infrastructure, that comprehensively assess our trail network for future investment, that can help us address the need for resources at a low cost. Interesting proposal to put down a pickleball floor in the small barn at the county fairgrounds, for example, that would allow that building to meet that need, and but also allow it to be used for fair purposes. And then a walking path at Public Works so that the employees stationed there have some recreational amenities, as some of our other campuses do. With regard to those, revenue bonding capacity, we don't recommend that those bonds be issued at this time. Instead, looking forward, we'd reserve that capacity for some of the more significant known unknown amounts that we may have to fund in the upcoming years, meaning 1 to 5 year time frame. We also recommend that the board continue with the approach of allowing fund balances to be available to meet project funding gaps as we are in fact closer to entering into construction contracts. Brian and his team will be able to speak to this in greater detail on Friday. But for now, the next segment of the rail trail, for example, we solicited bids. I believe our project budget was approximately $10 million, and the lowest bid came in at $15 million.
Aren't you talking about the river trail?
The Santa Fe River Greenway Trail. I'm sorry if I misspoke. And so that gives you a sense of the potential and continuing project volatility relative to the projects that have already been funded. And so this approach allows us to, again, move those projects forward when we have more concrete numbers. We do recommend that the voters be asked to approve general obligation bonds this November. The size of those questions, again, is a matter of discretion with the board. We do have in your packet material some recommended projects that add up fairly quickly in terms of size. Again, the size of those bond questions and what projects to potentially fund with general obligation bonds is for the board to decide. We're providing staff level recommendations. And then again, there are some projects on the ICIP or otherwise that we do recommend allocating some funds to in order to move those projects forward so that they're more shovel ready and more well defined for future funding cycles. So these are all of the attachments that are included in your packet material. Again, given the hour, I was not planning to go through each of those now. I just wanted to orient the board to what is included so that you knew where to find our recommendations as well as information related to sources and uses of existing funds. And this is really ground laying work for Friday's special study session of the board related to capital, as well as the following Tuesday's special study session if the board decides to have it. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions relative to the information provided.
Any questions? Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg. Couple questions. First, are we trying to, and I think we discussed this a little offline, but I see this as where it sort of matches up, the looking at the known needs of the county and the known opportunities with federal funding over the next 3 to 5 years, knowing that it's highly likely that we'll never see that opportunity again. And so should we be looking at all of those projects, even if they're not ready to go, but oh boy, this money's available right now, we should expedite planning and getting them, quote, shovel ready so that we can go grant write for them. And then looking at how that reduces our exposure to bond or to finance against these things. So for instance, when you're developing a commercial development project, you probably put down 25 or 30% of a project. That's probably the equivalent of a federal match, but that means that's 70% that we don't have to come out of pocket. And if this is an opportunity to go after federal money, we should be lining up those projects sooner than later. Is there a way to sort of try to match those things?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, Leandro and Max as well can speak to that to a greater extent. The short answer is yes, that is done. The longer answer is we can do a better job of it. And that is why we recommended and the board approved a term position whose sole job is going to be exactly that, which is to monitor and help us identify those opportunities to help ensure that we are aware of and pursuing those grant opportunities that would allow us to, again, offload some of the burden of our needs onto the federal government. So I hope that answered your question.
It does. Just then the follow-up is when do we expect to have that person on board?
Vaughn, when do we hope to get the budget approved by DFA?
Okay.
Chair Hughes, Commissioner Green, we are waiting for DFA to approve the interim budget, which we should hear at the latest by Friday.
By Friday, okay.
We're working with HR on a job description, and then I believe that we still need to work with the bargaining units on the changes being proposed or that we proposed to the board related to FTEs. I don't know a time frame, but we're working actively toward trying to get those out there and get them posted for fill.
Cool, thank you. How is interest rate risk right now, being maybe at the zenith, the height of interest rate? So does that make a recommendation of bonding on a 2-year cycle right now so that we look at 2 years from now being hopefully better interest rate opportunity instead of locking in at a 4-year period? Is that something that you think the recommendation is going towards, or am I just wrong?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, I have not posed that specific question to our financial advisor. We certainly can in advance of our study sessions. Having said that, I don't believe that it is anticipated that interest rate risk in terms of increasing interest rates has been scored as a material risk. Obviously, if there's a recession or other factors, all of that could change, but I'm not aware of that being factored in as a material risk, interest rates potentially increasing, if that was your question. In other words, issue bonds, more quickly, to hedge against that, or are we going the other way as wait, and then you'll have lower borrowing costs?
I was going like over the historical pattern, we're at the highest point that we've had in 20 years. And so if we wait 2 years, hopefully, right, do some now, do some in 2 years, not lock in all 4 years right now. But it'd be good for us to sort of know that perspective.
And if I could add to that one before we move on, I'm sorry to interrupt, but even if the voters approved, and you asked the voters to approve $52 to $54 million, we would not issue all of that at once. We would likely issue it in at least 2 bond sales, if not more, again, to keep the debt service level, but also to be able to comply with IRS regulations about the spend down of the bonds. So again, the structure is built in to accommodate some of that risk, if that is in line with your question.
That is, thank you very much. And I didn't understand that concept of multiple tranches. I thought it was one big chunk. So if there's multiple tranches and then we could manage that, that's even better. That gives us the dynamic opportunity. Last question is lodger's tax. We're seeing, I think, an increase in lodger's tax. Is that a bondable revenue source that we could work against to work on something targeted for the tourism and the lodgers sort of space? So if we've got $400,000 now, maybe that's increasing because of our friends, the short-term rentals and things like that. Are we suddenly, A, is there a new paradigm, and B, is there the ability to bond against that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, yes, we are seeing increases in lodgers tax revenue and the amount that is available to support attractions, open space trails, what have you, is increasing. Yes, it is bondable. The amounts, however, are probably not significant enough to support significant bond issuances. So if we go back to the slide and you're seeing $2.2 million in annual debt service, might get you $22 million in principal. We're not seeing revenue like that, anywhere close to that in the lodger's tax. So it could be bondable, but it's not going to be a big issuance.
Okay, and if I may, one last question related to that. Are we able to pool revenue with, does the city bond separately, or are we able to pool revenue because we may have special powers as a county to do that? So, for instance, lodger's tax is significantly higher in the city. And so if there was a joint city-county project that we thought was worthy of doing that, could we pledge or ask them to pledge money to service debt for something like that, that only we might be able to issue the debt? Maybe they can do it as well, but is there a way to work together in collaboration?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, so the short answer is, yes, whether or not that's a single issuance or each governmental entity is pursuing separate bonds, for those purposes, you could be worked through. So, for example, when the Buckman Direct Diversion project was constructed, the county issued, I believe, both general obligation bond debt, but certainly revenue bonds to pay its share and contributed to that joint project. I believe that we have a cost-sharing obligation with the city relative to some solar projects at the Buckman Direct Diversion. I think both of the ones that I'm thinking of are at the Buckman Direct Diversion, and we did enter into an agreement with the city in one instance to help support a loan from the Finance Authority, and in another instance to help repay green energy bonds that were issued from revenue savings. So it can be done, but you would have to look at the particular transaction and specifically what it was that you were trying to accomplish, and then appropriately, document that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? I'm saving my questions for Friday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And with that, then we will turn it over to Chanel Delgado and the Community Services Department to discuss proposed youth services, facility. And as Michelle comes up to do that, well, I won't steal her thunder. I'll talk about the cost implications as we get there. Thank you.
Okay. Chanel, welcome. You're not on yet.
Good evening. My name is Chanel Delgado, and I oversee the Youth Services Division. And it is a privilege to stand before you all today to present this proposed project. But before I do, I just want to jump into some background. In 2021, the Santa Fe County Youth Services Division was formally recognized, and the priorities included behavioral health programming for youth and families, including goals to reduce substance use, alcohol use, and suicide. Since 2021, the Youth Services Division has focused on developing a comprehensive system to address the health and social welfare of youth in Santa Fe County. Through the monitoring of various data collections, which we will discuss pieces of that later in this presentation, the blurring trend and increase in behavioral health indicators among youth, both locally and nationally, cannot be ignored. In a 10-year period from 2011 to 2021, New Mexico high school students saw an increase of 44% when asked about their feelings of sadness and hopelessness. An 18% increase when asked if they had seriously considered suicide in the past 12 months. New Mexico youth with low support from family experienced a suicide attempt at 7 times as frequent than those with high family support, according to our 2019 YRRS data. Listening to our community was key to understanding the barriers to addressing youth behavioral health needs in our county. Through conversations, roundtables with parents and community stakeholders, it was common to hear that parents did not know what to do or where to go when they noticed behavioral health symptoms in their children. Parents disclosed that often it was not until the peak of a behavioral health crisis that led them to services, and often that was emergency room services. The data trends plus the patterned community conversations led us to explore the what ifs. CSD's goal with this Youth Behavioral Health Center aspires to achieve tangible results such as reduction in suicide rates in our county, fewer hospitalizations or encounters with emergency room departments, and a reduction in rates of depression and anxiety, all while attempting to enhance well-being among young people in our community. With that being said, it is our mission for Santa Fe County Youth Behavioral Health Center, and let's see if this works for me, to provide a comprehensive array of behavioral health services located under one roof that are accessible, inclusive, and tailored to the unique needs of children and youth with behavioral health issues and their families in Santa Fe County. So what does the data say? I presented a couple of points in my introduction, but this is the most current 2021 YRRS data. We are currently awaiting 2023, and it's with much anticipation that we wait for those results to look at these numbers once again. So 41% of high school students felt persistent sadness or hopelessness. 27% of middle school students and 30% of high school students reported frequent mental health distress. 24% of middle school students and 14% of high school students have ever seriously considered suicide. 18% of middle school students, 11% of high school students have made a suicide plan. 12% of middle school students and 9% of high school students have attempted suicide. And we know that our female and LGBTQ plus populations are at most risk in terms of our mental health indicators. We know that depression and anxiety disorders are the most commonly reported amongst this population. So this proposed Youth Behavioral Health Center is a seamless integration of new and existing services across multiple agencies, ensuring that young individuals and families receive holistic and coordinated care at one location. We would like to have mobile response and stabilization services that are specific to our adolescent and child population. And that service offers immediate response and interventions 24/7, 365 days a year. For up to 72 hours of de-escalation support for families. And the crisis is defined by the family, which makes this service unique. It also will prevent future crises or out-of-home placement for youth. And youth and families will receive an additional follow-up component called stabilization services. This is offered at up to 8 weeks. And that service is for Medicaid eligible only. Our thought process there is those that do not have Medicaid for the 8-week stabilization, we leverage our other behavioral health contracts to pick up, and the county covers that cost for those that are non-Medicaid eligible. For the response, all youth and families in Santa Fe County, regardless of Medicaid eligibility, will be responded to and covered by Medicaid. We have individual and family therapy. Again, a very key component for us is insurance barriers. We don't want families showing up to a center and not able to receive services due to their insurance. And so for us, that's a big opportunity for us to partner with someone such as like the Sky Center, who does not have an insurance criteria. Grief support. We know central to crisis, oftentimes there's grief that exists within a family or within a situation. So grief support services and access points for both family members of youth and children for grief support services is really critical. Suicide prevention, treatment, that's another key indicator. As I listed earlier in our data points, we're seeing these trends increasing at alarming rates. This is an essential need for our community. Intensive case management. I'm happy to announce that CSD just launched their first case manager for the services division last week. So we have our first case manager ready to engage with our community and our hospitals, our casemen and Mesilla Valley, Christus, to ensure that there's follow-up care post an emergency room visit or an emergency or a hospitalization stay. And then psychiatric support. This is a huge one, and this is a huge challenge in our community to access and receive psychiatric support if you are a youth or an adult, and even more so if you're a youth. So this is a huge challenge for us to consider who our potential partners are in terms of providing this, but this is absolutely game changer if we could secure this at this location. So why is this important? We know as more individuals reach adulthood without having received the necessary mental health interventions, the demand on our healthcare system, especially our emergency services and psychiatric care, will likely increase. Untreated mental health in our adult population is correlated with the following: unemployment, financial instability, co-occurring substance use disorder or substance use dependence, insecure housing or unhoused, risk for physical illness, and an increased risk for suicide. We're struggling with this already among our adult population, and if we are seeing numbers that are historically high in terms of our youth numbers, in 15 years, I am concerned about this population and what this would look like if we don't figure out a way to address it now. So our timeline, we would like in FY25 to procure a building or a site or a location for this vision that I just explained. In 2026, have some sort of design, engineering, future site established and working on solidifying our partnerships for the center. And then 2027, the construction, renovation, equipping of the site. And then FY28, hopefully this would be doors open to the community. We have worked with the Public Works Department to obtain estimates on what this would cost in terms of construction, and our estimate was about $7 million, with $1 million in operational costs for the first year. We would like to model similarly after La Sala and make sure we're using the Medicaid leverage to provide and fund these services, as well as other resources. So next steps, we did get on the ICIP, we went before the scoring board, and we have completed that step. We are going to officially develop a business plan so that we could represent to you all some fine-tuned next steps that you can consider. We would like to identify some public and private partners and maybe establish some MOUs to move forward with the vision, and identify and consolidate funding sources outside of county funding if possible. And lastly, location scouting, determining the best place for the future of the center. And accessibility is huge for our youth and families. I think the beauty of this presentation is that families have a one-stop shop. They don't have to go from one appointment to another and across town, and that makes everything a lot more complicated. So this really aligns a lot of needs in one place. Thank you. And I will stand for questions alongside my Deputy Director, Ann Ryan, and Rachel O'Connor, who's online.
Any questions? Mr. Bustamante?
This is great. Just one question. Is there a reason why it's new construction and not identifying an existing location potentially?
So we are open,
Sorry.
Commissioner Bustamante, we are open to either, and we're still in the very early phases, and so we have no commitments to new construction. We are open to any possibility.
It's exciting. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chanel. I'm wondering, it seems like when we're focusing on youth, it seems like the most logical partner in this conversation would be with the public school system.
Mm-hmm.
Have we started to look at either some way of partnering with them for locations? When we talk about one-stop shop, you know, imagine if this was on the high school campus or in a middle school campus or some way that started to have some integrated system where troubled youth sort of are, you know, one-stop shop, right? You know, you have these services that they can float in and get daily therapy without having to leave the campus and do those sort of things. I'm just wondering, trying to find those likely partners that also might help us defray some of the cost and have a bigger impact at the same time.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Green. We have an outstanding relationship with Santa Fe Public Schools that we worked really hard to maintain. They are definitely a stakeholder at this table. I think the conversation with them in regards to location hasn't been brought up just because we haven't presented to you all, but that is definitely on our to-do list, and we will be making those appointments with the right key people in the Santa Fe Public Schools. I just want to point back to our high schools do have mental health and health centers on campus. The beauty about having MRSS as a component of the center, if there was a mental health crisis happening at the schools, we would be able to respond and bring them back to the center for the de-escalation pattern, similarly to what we do at La Sala. So I think it would just enhance a little bit more the school's capabilities. And right now, the current centers, students have to seek out the support, whereas this would be sought after as well.
I think there's a hybrid there. I mean, of course, some things happen at home and some things happen in Pewaukee when they don't happen in Santa Fe and so on. But I think that is a key partner both in the middle school where we see those elevated numbers and in the high school level, and figure a way to partner with them, again, for effectiveness and for cost defray. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chanel, for the presentation. I consider this really important. There are future. The numbers are really disturbing. They're high. And it means we really need to do something. And I'm grateful that we've started this planning and that we can build on it and find ways to bring in other partners. When I was, you were presenting, there's a building that used to be the youth, the teen center that had the city that's empty. That might not be the right location, but it is a building that is empty that youth related to, and I don't see what the city is. They've looked for partners, but we're not there yet, But there are, as Commissioner Bustamante suggested, other buildings around town, and but I think it needs to be really centrally located to the youth so that they can have access to it, and a large percentage of our youth are on the south side of town. So we also need to look at places that are accessible to youth, and I think that is part of the problem with the teen center, is that it might have been the youth moved to the south and the teen center got left behind, so to speak. But we now have a new teen center in the south, so there's other possibilities. Anyhow, I just wanted to say thank you and good work, and I look forward to seeing what happens in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Hanson. I also just want to echo the need we heard from families and how the struggle was to find somewhere to go when they noticed something wasn't right. And so I think yes, a place for youth to come, absolutely, that's the goal, but also a place for families to turn when they don't know where to turn, a centralized place where there's open doors. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my voice. This seems so well considered and obviously so needed, and I'm so impressed and grateful to see you've been working on this, that this is not just, this is advanced enough that this is not just, well, this needs to be done and maybe we'll have a plan in a few years and then we'll start on the process. I'm so impressed that you are so much further along and have been thinking about this for a while, and I really want to commend you guys, everybody you've worked with, to get to this point. Obviously there are challenges like locations and whatnot, but this strikes me as, like everybody else, is so important, and it's just, as they used to say, 40 or 50 years ago, so cool that you've gotten it to this point.
Thank you.
When we were developing the youth homelessness project a couple years ago, we noted the correlation between homelessness and mental health. And it goes both ways. A lot of people have mental health problems either because they're homeless or because their home life is unstable, their parents aren't very supportive, et cetera, et cetera. So are you thinking about partnering with the youth shelter as one of the partners in this whole thing?
Chair, I definitely think that is a consideration that we are discussing. We currently do support the youth shelters in various means through Connect and through the Youth Services Division. So I think our next step is going to be looking at our current partners and assessing where the need fits and how we leverage the support that we have, that we know is already providing quality service, that we know is meeting their outcomes, that we know are consistent and key players in our community for youth and families. So I definitely think there will be an assessment phase in which we do look at those considerations.
Okay, good. And this is a good project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just put a correlation to two things that you both said?
All right.
Thank you. I think that there was one is almost in humor, but I actually think that there is a connection there that for many years, Warehouse 21 was a free-range location for youth to express themselves, right? And this is one of the issues that youth have is sort of like you're constrained, your parents, you need that to find your own identity. And Warehouse 21 was that, right? And a youth center on the south side may be filling that void, but I don't know if it is filling it in quite the format that Warehouse 21 was. And so I would love to see if that's one of those sort of activities, idle hands make for, problematic kids and so on. And so those sort of activities, as much as it is mental health, it's like if you're just sitting there bored, your mental health is like shot, right? And then to Commissioner Hughes and to Chair Hughes's point, a lot of this has to do with, again, back to parenting. Right? If your home situation is terrible, whether you are just, that becomes the degrading point that doesn't allow for, the kids to self-express or to become who they want to be. And if you're put in that box that you don't want to be in, your mental health suffers. And so I wonder if we can look even all the way pre-teen, right? And get to the parenting level of this. And when young parents or even, thinking about parenting is like, look, this ain't all easy, right? And you need to start preparing yourself. How do we prepare you to, get ahead of this, right? So it isn't a problem, right? That's go to the root causes, right? Teach man to, give a man a fish, teach a man to fish, figure out why you didn't teach the man to fish in the first place, then you start to make change. And so go way back to that root cause and see if that can be part of that activity and get ahead of the thing. So thank you very much. I support this, but I look at all these root causes all the way back. So thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you for that segue, because I do think the beauty of this center with the case management component is the client is the expert, right? And so youth know what they like. We fund other programs such as NDI, Wiseful, and we have a partnership with Innovate Educate for employment opportunities and mentorship. So if those are priorities for that youth, we can then create a pipeline to the services that we already fund to leverage that continued support. So I think that's a beautiful thing about youth services is we're not just behavioral health, we have our hands in a lot of different areas and we can create those pathways for that person.
That's fantastic. Thanks.
Mr. Hamilton, did you? Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
I think we will go on to matters from public attorney. No, we were going to break for executive session. We want to do that? Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Commissioner, were you moving on to miscellaneous updates?
No, I thought we were going to skip ahead to matters from the county attorney.
Oh, Mr. Young is online and he can review those items. The authority for the executive or closed session and the item to be discussed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'd ask that we go into executive session this evening to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or maybe become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1, H7 NMSA 1978, and specifically including potential legal action to address discharge permit violations. I don't think it will take too long, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can we have a motion?
Move into executive session to cover the issues stated in the agenda and repeated by the county attorney.
Second.
Thank you. We need a roll call.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen, Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Yes.
and Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes. Okay, we'll be back shortly to finish out the agenda. Okay, let's get back together. We need a motion to come out of executive session.
I move that we come out of executive session, and the only thing that we discussed was the item that the county attorney mentioned.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're out of executive session. Now we can move to number 9, matters from the county manager.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, other than a reminder of the special meeting this Friday. Thank you.
Okay, matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Commissioner Bustamante, you want to go first?
I'm just grateful to see that we're getting on Office 365. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton, you want to go? Since I'm on this side.
You want to go to this side? I just want to, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say a couple of weeks ago we had a really good, well-attended and interesting coffee with the commish. And one of the things that was the key topic, the focal topic was on problems people in my district are having with homeowners insurance because of mostly wildfires and whatnot, and being dropped by insurance companies. And interestingly, I've been invited to go to, there's a meeting at the Roundhouse tomorrow having to do with exactly this topic, where the state insurance office is going to be there and discussing some of the issues. So I'm looking forward to that, and grateful to be getting additional information that I can then bring back to the community. But since we also have like our fire department and prevention department looking into these issues and reaching out, across the country to find out what other communities are doing about it and what the possibilities are. And I think they'll be attending this as well. So it's an issue we're going to carry forward in my district for a while now. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Green.
All right, so thank you. Commissioner Hamilton, please tell me how that goes tomorrow. I don't think I can make it to that, but this is something near and dear to my district as well. And I've spoken to the fire department and to some friends who are in the legislature, and it is going to be a topic at Rural and Economic Development interim agenda this summer. So I know that hopefully that they're going to put it on their radar to present for rural and economic development, so that there can be, bless you, so that there can be some legislation at the statewide level to sort of make things, whether it's a statewide pool, really to understand what Colorado and California are leading. They're like a couple years ahead of us in the wrong direction in terms of losing their insurance coverage. So they're also a couple years ahead of us in terms of trying to find a fix to that as well. So in terms of some of the things to talk about, so as I mentioned, we had over 200 people yesterday at the Bishop's Lodge meeting, and it was as really well attended. I'm very happy that we discussed that letter, and we will have it on the agenda later this week to pass that on to the EPA, if we so please. We have an opportunity towards the end of August to apply for more money, another round of EV charging equipment from federal funding sources with a different matching source from the state of New Mexico, and I'm going to, in the next few weeks, bring forth a resolution to encourage our team to do this again, but slightly different. Instead of doing a program that is very internally focused for Santa Fe County, but really to work on an externally focused one for the public, focused on transportation for the public and tourism, as well as our economic development initiatives around outdoor recreation and the film industry. And so a little bit of that has to do with the idea of getting hotels and getting public-private partnership, where we could get hotels or ski basins or things like that, and that they would be able to apply to a program that we could set up at Santa Fe County, so that a private group, a hotel like on Cerrillos Road or wherever, could apply to get, if they were willing to put in a bank of 10 EV chargers, that those would be ideal for both their guests, but really one of the things that was made apparent to us recently, or last year at this point, was that the film industry is making decisions on where they film based on EV infrastructure at hotels, as well as at film studios. But hotels is where they charge overnight for their vans, and so they wanted to see Santa Fe doing something like that. And so I'm hoping that we could put a program together that becomes a clearinghouse for those folks to do that. Also, Bishop's Lodge again is the city of Santa Fe is working on, I went to the presentation where they're working on a Bishop's Lodge improvement program, and they have initially started talking to the county to continue the project over the city line and into the county, potentially up to the Bishop's Lodge, or potentially just a little further in the sort of that valley up there. But we need to really, they are doing a very nice bike and trail system along Bishop's Lodge. And so the design of it is really pretty nice. It would be bike lanes on both sides of Bishop's Lodge. And on one side of Bishop's Lodge would be a 10-foot walking trail that would go all the way up to the top of the hill. But then it would stop at pretty much at Brownell Holland, because they didn't want to go back down on the other side without coordination from the county. So my request is that that we find a way to extend the contract of Wilson and Company, who is doing the work on behalf of the city on this, to include the design that gets it the other half a mile on the county, across the county line on our side. And then again, as a city-county project, we're much more eligible for federal funding, and we will get more money from the state if we do things in partnership. And so even though 80% of it is on the city side or 90% of it is on the city side, we should just we should collaborate with that, and it would be a great trail to get the bike lane extended at least down to the bottom of the hill on our side of the line there. I think that's it for me today. Those are the things that are coming down my pike, so thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. So Commissioner Green and I attended a few sessions at the New Mexico Counties conference in Las Vegas, and Manager Schaefer was there also. The most exciting thing I did was attend the Next Generation Water Summit, which I thought was really important. There was a lot of really interesting presentations, and I highly suggest that all those presentations are available, and that that you listen to some of them. There was this one great presentation by the keynote speaker about how to make zero net water buildings, which was, I see Miles' eyes light up. You know, that was really interesting about how you can use this incredible process. And so I highly suggest people watch them. I'm probably going to watch a number of them again because they were really informative. And as far as bike and trails go, since we're going to the ICIP, I'm just going to say right now that the Santa Fe River Trail is going to cost us more money, and I feel like that is a high priority and something that we have invested in for a really, really long time and needs to be prioritized so that we can finish the trail to San Ysidro Crossing, because then we will have a trail that goes all the way to Calle del Oro Grant Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I also attended the next water generation, but a different day than you did, apparently. Also, I'm having a public meeting July 10th, but this Saturday I'm going to be in the Pride Parade with Teresa Ledger Fernandez, so anyone is invited to do that, and a group of us El Dorado Democrats are going to join in that. And that's about it. So, any other elected officials online or in the room? No. Okay. So, that allows us to move on to the public hearing. Number 12. So let's have Max, you can present.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do, but after she gives a little presentation. Oh, your mic's off. Nope.
Dead. It's been a long day. Okay, good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I am Max Hendren, the Capital Planning Team Leader from the Growth Management Department, and this request is to conduct the first of two public hearings for the Santa Fe County's Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, our ICIP, for fiscal years 2026 to 2030. The second public hearing is going to be held on July 9th, at which meeting the Board of County Commissioners will be asked to adopt by resolution the fiscal year 2026 to 2030 ICIP, and that will include the county's top 5 projects. A little background: on January 9th, 2024, the board adopted Resolution 2024-12 for fiscal years 2025 to 2029 ICIP, and that is Exhibit A in your packet. The county annually updates and prepares a 5-year infrastructure capital improvement plan, the ICIP. It is used to prioritize the capital projects over a 5-year span. It's submitted to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, the DFA, and it's available for public viewing on the DFA's ICIP website. The ICIP was provided to our New Mexico elected representatives for capital projects to be considered for capital outlay funding in our 2024 legislative session, and the projects on our ICIP are prioritized for other potential funding sources. The ICIP is a subset of the county's long-range capital planning framework, and it guides how the county annually reviews new capital projects, as well as updates, prepares, prioritizes, adopts, and submits the capital projects on the 5-year plan to the DFA. The ICIP is a planning tool with the primary purpose to prioritize capital projects and secure funding sources for projects that are not fully funded. Consequently, it does not contain every capital project that will be included in the capital budget that will be adopted by the board in July. The county's fiscal year 26 to 2030 ICIP is due to the DFA by July 12th, 2024. In August of 2019, the board adopted Resolution 2019, which is Exhibit B, the capital planning process. The process establishes a planning and assessment method whereby projects can be evaluated and prioritized based on the county's 4 strategic planning goals, along with other priorities in our Sustainable Growth Management Plan and other planning documents. This evaluation process helps to measure a project's efficacy in achieving the county's goals and priorities. The process accepts new capital project requests throughout the year from county staff, elected officials, commissioners, and in addition, a virtual community outreach to solicit capital project requests from the public and nonprofits was conducted on April 3rd, 2024. The Capital Planning Committee meets quarterly to review and score feasible county projects in accordance with the process. Exhibit C is the list of the new capital projects that were vetted, and they are identified in the order that the projects were received, evaluated for feasibility, and scored throughout the year. The committee's review of the new capital projects includes evaluation factors like provides a basic need. It identifies if the project is shovel-ready and or phased for successful completion. It identifies if the project improves an existing facility, if there are leverage funds available for the project, and the project aligns with the county's strategic goals to promote a healthy, safe, sustainable community and provide for proficient, transparent, and accessible government. The committee also evaluates staff capacity to implement a project from implementation to successful completion and in a timely manner. The committee recommends that several projects that are included in the fiscal year 25 to 29 ICIP be removed from the fiscal year 26 to 2030 ICIP, that is Exhibit D. And the removal is primarily because the projects or the defined phase of the project is fully funded or scheduled for completion. And I didn't go over the exhibits, but they're there for your review. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those. The draft fiscal year 26 to 2030 ICIP is Exhibit E, and it includes the projects from the fiscal year 2025 to 2029 ICIP that were not recommended for removal, and it includes the new capital projects that were on Exhibit C, and the capital projects on this list are sorted by basic need and project score. Also, I would like to point out that the top ranked project for each commissioner's district is highlighted. So between now and the July 9th board meeting, the committee will evaluate the concerns and the comments and recommendations from this public meeting and align the final list to include the proposed top 5 projects from each commissioner's district. And the final list will be recommended for approval by resolution. So at this time, staff recommends that the board approve to proceed with the public hearing for the fiscal year 2026 to 2030 infrastructure capital improvement plan. And I, along with staff, stand for questions.
Any questions? Mr. Green?
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you, Max. So I see County Road 113 is considered a new project, and County Road 84 has sort of been downgraded from a big project to just a study. Is there a reason? How did 84 become just a study and 113 suddenly jump to the top of the list? Is there?
Well, CR 84 upgrade of 6 low water crossing study. That's in addition to the 84 low crossing project. That one still remains on the list.
Okay.
It's the fourth one from the top. That's your number one project.
Sorry, they just pulled that off the screen, so I got to get back to that. So
On the Exhibit E, that is actually ranked your District 1 top priority project.
so that.
Oh, wait a minute.
But it's now. It used to be $5 or $25 million for
I
6
believe it
low
still
water
exists.
crossings, and now it's become
still-
$250,000 for what I think is a study.
Good evening, Commissioner, Chairman and Commissioner Green. I'm Brett Clavio in the Planning Division. And in regards to the CR 84 project, staff had recently reevaluated that project for feasibility of implementation. And the project with a $30 to $50 million price tag is just kind of unrealistic. So what we did is we took it back to square one to really get a good understanding of the scope and budget of the project. And so that's what you see in front of you. This is to do a PER to really drill down, because we're looking at 6 low water crossings. They cover 4 arroyos and then 2 rivers, the Powake River and the Tsuki Creek. So we do anticipate the best way to implement this project is to subdivide it into pieces that are manageably funded and implementable. So that's what we're doing, and that's what you see here. And we actually have a proposal in to NMDOT to get this particular project funded for $250,000.
So would going for DOT money for the planning, and $250,000, we could plan that ourselves without putting it on ICIP list. Shouldn't there be like a sort of a threshold of planning prep stuff that we can do without having to ask legislators for it? At the same time, when we have the heavy lift or heavier lift, that we go, we need to go to the legislature for this, even if we have to do a little bit ourselves, like, hey, we're asking for $1 million from the legislature. It's $1.6 million. We'll come up with $600,000, but it's shovel ready. It's ready to go. Scope is defined. A legislator is going to support this. $250,000 just seems like almost too small to bother a legislator with.
Yeah, and for the purposes of this ICIP, we wanted to indicate that we have a local match in case we are awarded this money from DOT. So it would require a 5% local match. So with this on our list, it kind of shows that we're anticipating doing this project. And absolutely, when we get to the next phases, we'll be pursuing federal funding for those.
Okay, so I mean, back to like, there's different buckets to go for here.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Green, I'm sorry to interject, but again, this is all will come together as we move through the process. But county staff is actually recommending that the study for the 6 low water crossings be funded from capital outlay gross receipts tax, in which case it may not end up on the ICIP. But for now, we are tracking it as a potential project. So I don't think staff disagrees with your observation that that's the type of thing that we can self-fund in order to build a project for a future big ask.
Perfect. So I guess that it was just not made apparent to me. So like to say, right, like the next column that could be there is like phase 1, self-funding, phase 2, state or other ongoing. This is a federal project or this is a state project, to sort of show where we can say, yes, this is a priority, but we're going to do this first part so it's ready for a year from now. So we show this timeline out there. Anyway, but thank you for clarifying that. Thanks.
Questions? Commissioner Hamilton.
Probably I should know this, but they're one of the higher ranked county-wide projects. The 5th one down is broadband infrastructure expansion. But it's an awfully small amount of money for broadband all over the county. Can you just refresh what we're asking for here? or which project that is, basically?
I might be able to answer that a little bit. I would guess, if I may, that is going to be our match for federal funding that we might go for.
Yes. Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that is exactly what that was on there prior. For that reason, we left the amount on there so that we would also be able to continue to pursue projects as we get our broadband plan online and we know exactly what we're going to pursue. We wanted to be able to still have that on the ICIP so we could make the request.
Excellent, thank you.
Can I follow up on that partially?
One question, yes.
Yeah, sorry, but to that point, a lot of this money that's coming, like for instance, for a broadband project, the state has matching money for that. So we could start applying for matching money in a separate bucket to say, this is a match to a federal grant that might be at $25 million. Here's our 10 or 20% of this. And so I think we should start to inform ourselves as this is a match, and it could either come from us, it could come from the legislature, or it could come from other state buckets. But thanks.
Hanson.
Thank you. I see you have highlighted for me San Ysidro Crossing right-of-way design and construction. We got $450,000 last year from the legislature to do a PER. Are we doing the PER?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, I don't know that project is moving forward yet. It is part of this capital budget. The funds are being set aside and then we'll move forward with that study. We have the funding for it.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hanson, once we receive the funding, we'll program it to initiate the PER for that work.
So do you have any expectation when we might get that money? I know it takes forever.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I have not heard any definitive time frame. It does take a little while to get that funding, but as soon as we get it, we will slot it in for our schedule to move it forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Commissioner Chair, I might add that I was in a meeting with the DFA, and they said that they were getting the grant agreements ready to issue. So I think they're a little bit. We'll see. We'll see when we get them.
As far as District 5 goes, I would like to see the Spur Ranch Road added to the ICIP. It's not a county road yet, but it's headed for that direction. So, and it's going to need to be paved. It's serves a number of communities, and it's very unsafe when it rains and becomes muddy and almost impossible to pass.
I don't think you can put it on here until you get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was told I could put it on, so
Okay.
put it on.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, there is a process to get projects on. We do have a capital request form that it'd be helpful if that was submitted to the committee, and then we can also get a scoping form provided. We can vet the project, score it, get it on.
Okay. And then I think we have a public hearing, right? So are there people who wish to speak to the issue? One person, two people?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, are we swearing in or anything like that?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Please go ahead and raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And then for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Miles Conway. I live at 495 New Mexico 592 in Rio and Medio, and my testimony will be true and accurate. I'm sworn in.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Miles Conway. I'm not here in my capacity as the executive officer of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. I'm here as a citizen of Rio and Medio in the county in the northern area. I also serve on my Mutual Domestic Water Association up there. And so I'm just standing here in support of two items that are on your capital improvements list that I'm wildly excited about. In 1953 study, New Mexico beaver management study by the state of New Mexico, there were reported to be 35 beavers. It's actually 38 beavers on the Rio and Medio, 40 on Tesuque Creek, 35 on the Windsor Trail. I'm an aficionado of all things water and water conservation, and we're learning so many wonderful things about what beavers can do to maintain healthy watersheds and healthy water situation. So much so that we even mimic them in our restoration work in damaged watersheds after fire events or floods. As I know the commissioners, Madam Chair, commissioners are fully aware, we had some devastating fire followed by devastating floods in the Rio and Medio Canyon. The county open space that is at the head of the canyon is an ecological treasure of the county. And I stand in support of, it ranked highest of the no's. We ranked in the high 60s, but we were still on a no for a public necessity. Is that the right term to use? Excuse me. Basic need. So it ranks very high, and I would just argue that our well house for our mutual domestic water source and our storage tanks are quite proximate to the river, and the restoration work that could be made possible by funding this quite affordable item on your infrastructure investment portfolio here would have lasting and wonderful impacts on the safety of our mutual domestic water system for our little village, and again, to restore an ecological treasure that you have in Rio and Medio, replete with beavers and biological diversity, and it could be a wonderful learning laboratory for the next generation and generations to come of New Mexicans, children, adults alike. So thank you for keeping that on your list, and perhaps even raising it up to the basic needs category. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers who wants to speak? Yes, come forward.
Hello. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
Sure. My name is Michaela Beitler. My address is 495 New Mexico 592. And I am under oath and will tell the truth to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
I'm feeling a little shy, so I came today just to speak about also the Rio and Medio community, and loving that we're getting some attention from you guys, seeing that there's some room for road improvement and paying attention to that county open space, the conservation and restoration of that beautiful treasure of a county stewardship that you guys have going on and are in charge of caring for right now. I want to say about that I know there from our community, people have been concerned about safety issues on the road in terms of getting emergency vehicles and snow plows and all sorts of things up there. And we agree that the road widening, although one of the more expensive pieces of the budget, would actually do a great service to that community. I hear you talking a lot about trails and biking, and that's a road that has no shoulder all the way up, and bikes are on there all the time. And so any improvement to that area to make it more useful and accessible to the community is wonderful. So thank you for having that, and we support that on the agenda. One of the other things I want to say is that we're working with some other community folks in town, the Santa Fe Conservation Trust, to help us think about restoring that trail. We have a meeting with the Forest Service, and I know your work isn't about the bigger piece of the trail, but if the county does their part, it helps the trail be more sustainable, both for use and for ecological conservation. So I love the idea that the county can do its part and the Forest Service can do its part, and then the community members like us can do our part to keep it a beautiful and sacred space. So that's what I want to say about that. And then I want to throw one other thing in, which is Chanel Delgado came and talked about the Youth Behavioral Health Center, and I have been working with youth suicide for 20 years in this community, and it's sort of a space where we have an we don't have enough service for that group, that population, and I love it and support it, and I hope you guys do too. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Daniel, do we have anybody online?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any users online indicating that they'd like to speak.
Okay, well, we can close the hearing then. And we need to take any action, or we just... No action today? Okay. Informational reports we have. Are there announcements?
Yes.
Yes, we did. And would you care to, for a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yay, we're adjourned.